Hello. Hello everybody. Welcome, Barden, Parrots, Vincinoman, and anyone else who might be lurking in the shadowy corners of the chats. It's great to have all of you here. Let's roll.
All will kneel before Lord Diablo.
Hell yeah, Rakanaut is also a new character, so after Mundane... Wait, right? Was Rakanaut in the last season?
Now, we
Ner'zhul. That was in the previous season, but it's pretty high. You opened up the season with a 603. That's pretty high. I am very excited for you to discover all the new characters that I made for this season. I cannot wait. I just want you to roll all the time, constantly. Hey Marta, it's great to see you. Ooh, boosting already.
New critical hits boost. Marto_Varna just boosted Disco.
Let's do the boosts.
Hi.
So yeah, today I reset all the statistics, all the rankings, and we are starting anew. I'm doing very well. I was just talking about the new Evilometer season. So ranks are reset, everyone starts from 0.0, and I have actually recorded the last season statistics here in this our spreadsheet, critical spreadsheet is part of that. Oscar. So last season, Parrot-wise was number 1 evil with 656. You're the most useless thing in the galaxy. I wouldn't say that. I mean, kinda annoying, but not useless, definitely. And Maud/Fermata TV... No, sorry, Quiescent Pandemonium with the most goods, with Samwise Gamgee. Then most evil second place is shared by Baldur's Gate Nord and GG Zo, again Ball, and third place is Maud with Sargeras. Then most good second place belonged to Barden, and third place shared by Maud and Fermata. So this was season 1, now we are in season 2, and we are up to 160 characters. That's what's new. And I'm already working with Parrot-wise to improve the backend of the D666 system. The next season is going to start next month, but I don't think there will be any new characters. Instead, I am planning, if I can do it by then, I am planning to add character images to the screen whenever you roll something. So if you roll Oscar will show up on screen. That's my plan. I plan to do that for as many characters as I can. Obviously, I cannot do it for all of them because of either not finding images for some or them being copyrighted. But if they are, especially if they are from a game, I should be able to find one. So most of them I should be able to find. It just needs work. So yeah, no new characters for next season, but this season we have over 80 new characters to discover. It's so sweet, it could be on legs or hands. How does it work? It's not hard-coded, no. We actually have a local server running on my computer, written in Python, and the data is saved in a CSV file, a spreadsheet there. And when you roll, I send the dice data with your username to the local server, and it returns me what message to show you. That's how it works. It used to work completely on Firebots. I had written every conditional, every dice range in Firebot, but it used to be much fewer characters back then, and it was starting to work slowly. So I had to switch to something else. I am not a dev myself now. Parrot-wise is the coder. I am just coming up with ideas, and we are doing it with Parrot-wise's help. Question is, do I have a permit for it, Oscar? Just whatever is doing comes. That's true. That's true. I don't know much about coding. I can do.
Slayer just boosted NWN.
I can do
No quote today.
graphical
I'm
programming.
helping a teammate.
No worries at all, Barden. I can do graphical programming and I know the basics of programming, but I don't know
New
any
critical
languages
hits
or
boost.
coding.
Barden the Slayer just boosted Elder Scrolls.
Yes, that's how it works in
No
this
quote today.
specific case.
They think I am an Excel god.
Well, but you are, Barden, you are, aren't you?
New critical hits boost. Barden the Slayer just boosted Fallout 3. No quote today. I actually rely on Dr. Google.
Alright, so that's enough talking about the Evilometer. I am very happy about it. I'm very happy about the improvements we are about to bring, both backend and front end, and I am very excited for you to discover all the new characters. There are some really cool ones. Alright, Barden, thank you so much for Lurk, for always being here. I really appreciate it. But that's just a side entertainment, right? What we are really here to do is actually playing games. One that happens to be one of the best, if not the best RPG of all time. It's actually a precarious relationship because you're still trying to avoid spoilers on the other characters you haven't seen it. Yes, that's funny how we do it. I always make a spoiler-free temporary spreadsheet with a few characters for Paradise to work on, and then I have to change it. Who's having string cheese and baklava later today? Oh, your dad was in Istanbul for a day. He brought back goodies. Wow. Now I want some too. String cheese and baklava is very good for your diet. Exactly. If you are trying to, you know, consume as much calorie as you want, if that is your diet, sure, why not? So we are still in the hive. Last we left off in day 2, I was hoping to finish the hive, but I am seeing that it's not going to be possible to put goals in front of me for a day like I have been doing for some games. This game is always slower than I imagine. Slower as in the game is not slow, but there is always too much to read. So we will pace it, we will do it slowly if necessary, and we will enjoy all of it. But yeah, we are still in hive. We are in the what was this, southeastern portion of the hive, and at the end of my stream last Friday I said we were done here. 100 hours, I don't know. It might not take that long. It's definitely take very long, but maybe not as long as Baldur's Gate 2. There's more to say that when you command them around.
What's up? Sure, why not?
Yeah. He does.
Sure, why not?
I can rip it. Just recommend it. Anyways, as I said, I finished the stream
Request by Paradise.
saying we were done here and we would go to the Rag Pickers Square. That's not true at all. So I realized we were missing three small things in this area before we can move on, and we are going to take it from there now. So let me take a sip of my coffee and start the timers. For you, it was around 60-70 hours to complete all, but you are slow. Well, I should be at least as slow as you, then yes. I do expect something around those amounts of hours, yeah. Timer, yes, sure. I haven't forgotten. I just hadn't started yet, so let's go. So, thing 1, there's a damsel in distress here. You see a pretty young woman. Her hair is in disarray and the bodice of her dress is torn. She looks about in desperation and then notices you. Greetings. She runs up to you and grabs your arm. You notice the front of her dress is stained with blood. Help me, Cutter, please. They are killing my sister. She begins to tug on your arm. Who? She looks around wildly. This drunken man who followed us from one of the taverns. We thought he meant no harm. Please, Cutter. There is no more time. Help us. Wait, first you said they were killing your sister, now you say he is killing her. Which is it? She stares at you unsure of what to say. I'm distraught. I made a mistake. She glances at the blood that stains her dress. Please help me, Cutter. Examine the blood on her dress. You glance down at her breast and look at the blood. All it does appear to be real. It has completely dried. It must be hours old. That blood is hours old. What are you up to? You see her eyes flick to the bloodstains, then back at you. You think you can hear a hint of nervousness in her voice. You are mistaken, Cutter. Please help me. My sister lies dying while we tarry. Truth. You're up to something. Tell me what's going on or I'll kill you. Hey, XCOM. Just right from work and Mitral is streaming Planescape Torment. This day will be awesome. I'm very happy that you feel so, and welcome. It's good to have you here. Let's bluff. I'm not going to kill her. You're up to something. Tell me what's going on or I'll kill you. She looks into your eyes, then glances at the scars that cover your body. She swallows nervously, and you see her pale before your eyes. I'm supposed to lure people into an alley nearby. They are waiting there to take your drink. She looks at you apprehensively. Let me give you some advice. She gazes at you in silence, then nods her head. Don't pick someone like me as your mark. Choose some drunken fob who looks like he's never seen a battle in his life. She nods once curtly. And make sure he looks like he has more than a couple coins to his name. Now, get out of here. She nods curtly, then backs away from you. She hesitates for a moment and turns to leave. Thank you, Cutter. She sprints off. Interesting.
I'm gone.
You lose, sucker.
Which alley is it? Here? No, this is not an alley. Here? Oh.
Damn it. Damn it.
I'm gone.
I also organized the inventory. I memorized armor and shield with Dakin. I scribed armor and shield. And I'm keeping these for the nameless one. We also have spells with Dakin now, so we have submerged the will, which is as Zer's spell, I guess. Third circle of Zertimon. Bestows 2 AC 2 against all attacks, plus 1 all saving throws. And we have Scripture of Steel, which gives plus 2 hit and plus saving throws. So it's basically bless. And this is, I don't know what this is. And then we have Power of 1. It raises target strength score.
All right.
So this was the one thing. Then we have 2 side quests that I've forgotten. Yes, here. I think it was here. You don't think that was the alley, though you may be mistaken. Oh well, I'm not going to look for alley for a very long time. No. That is true. Dude, stop!
Done.
It was not here then. Okay, so I remember there were 3 things I wanted to do, but I don't remember what they were. I can only hope this Braskin fellow will clear things up and take this box off my hands. Someone named Braskin. Where was Braskin? Retrieve Partheron's necklace. Let's see. Oh, the tags bar. Okay, so this is the one thing that I
All right.
missed. I think it's these ones. This small wiry thug is swathed in rags, dyed red and black. He glances at you as you approach. Greetings. The man does not speak, he only glares at you. It doesn't look like he's the leader of this small band. This heavy-set thug is swathed in rags. Okay, same thing. Greetings. And how can I help you then, Governor? This man's face breaks into a sneer. Looks to me he needs a healer. You one of the ones who robbed the monk in the hive? Took his prayer bead necklace. Not prayer bead. Some sod with lines scrawled all over his face. Claimed he could have put us all in the dead book, yet lets us bob him blind. The man gives a slow, thoughtless smile. Never even heard of such a sod, I haven't. Lie. That is interesting. The rest of his order is looking for you. The Brothers of Heritage seems to know you quite well. Hey, the man in your face. What you on about? What brothers? The sod was alone he was. He's a member of a religious order, you fool. That necklace you stole is their most holy relic. If it isn't returned, the rest of his order will come looking for you. And they don't have any reservations about killing thieves. The man's eyes widen. Hey now, we were just keeping the relic for him. He reaches into the fold of his robe and pulls forth the necklace, which he hands carefully to you. Here it is, no harm done, eh? I hope this is enough to call off the rest of his order. Perhaps a donation to their cause is in order as well. It might help smooth things over and ward off any curses that might come your way.
Updated my journal.
Curses? The man makes a semicircle over his heart. Hey, well now, wouldn't want any of that. He reaches into a purse at his belt and hands over several copper coins. Take it with me blessing, Governor. Tell him no harm was meant. Your donation is appreciated. Farewell. Love this.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, so why was I under the impression that there was a third thing to do around here? We got this. We cannot do this, so this must be the third thing. You take the donation and put it in your purse, exactly. He wanted to take towards someone named Braskin who lives somewhere in the southwestern section of the... Ah, okay, it's something to do, but not here. I was misremembering. Braskin skip, sure.
All right. All right.
So we are very close to level 7.
There you are.
Hey VF, hello, it's great to see you. How are you, VF? VF, why don't you roll the die?
Oh, it's you.
It's new season day.
Hi.
What? You again? Unless you have some business with me, I suggest you leave my house immediately. I'm very well, thank you. Very well. Already 600 plus, by the way, I am surprised.
We've won 3 battles against these monsters, and tomorrow should be no different.
Not a new character, unfortunately. I was told to deliver this box into your care. Well, why didn't you say so? So hand it over and you can be on your way. As you present the box to Braskin, his expression changes from one of anticipation to that of amusement. Whoa there! I won't fail for that trick a second time. Put that thing away and leave. I don't understand. Why won't anyone take this box? First Quatra, now you. Did you say Quatra? Braskin lets out a great bellow of laughter. Why, that's the fellow who bought the box off me. Though he got the best of me. Thought he got the best of me when he bought it. I guess he figured the gem alone was more than worth the price he paid to me. Poor fellow didn't realize he'd gotten himself into it till it was too late. Just what's so horrible about this box? You mean you really don't know anything about that box you're holding? Well, I guess it won't hurt to tell you what I know. First off, you don't get any ideas in your head. The curse on that box only affects the current owner of the box, and to be the owner of the box, you have to willingly take possession of it. There goes the idea of just leaving the box for someone else to find. So, what's in the box? Now, that is a good question. That box has been around the hive since anyone can remember. There are many rumors flying about. As you can imagine, over time the truth has been warped a little bit further with each retelling of the story. Go on. I've heard many a story about that box, and they all seem to have a recurring theme. The name given to that foul thing is Moridor's box, and the owner of the box will die should he or anyone else open it. As to the contents, who knows? Some say it's an ancient dragon, while others say it's the evil soul of Moridor himself. I cannot tell for sure, but just by looking at it, any soul can tell it's something evil, and one would have to be a fool to open it. What am I supposed to do with it? I would suggest you go see Shilandra. She lives in the northwestern region of the hive. It was from her that I won the box. Who knows, maybe she will have more knowledge of what to do with it. See you in a bit, VF. Or you can find some other clueless berg to take it off your hands. It's up to you. I wish you luck.
Updated my journal.
Farewell. So I was saying, we are level 6. We don't want to hit level 7 because level 7 is when you get your proficiencies and class stats bonuses. So if we hit level 7 as a fighter and get those bonuses, we won't be able to get them for mage until we hit level 13 mage, which is going to be far away from now, much later in the game. So the plan today is trying to get mage as soon as possible so that we don't gain needless experience and we don't gain fighter level 7. And the only part of the town, and I happen to know that mage's trainer is in Ragpicker Square, but I still want to finish these areas before going there, just because it's the style I enjoy playing these games, even though it's not optimal. But I think we'll be fine. We definitely won't hit level 7 fighter here, whatever we do, and then we'll start leveling the mage. So we are in northwest. We are not in north. Are we in northwest? Yes, we are. So where's Shilandra? Who lives by the mortuary up in the northeast? Oh, okay. You're not supposed to go to northwest.
I'm gone.
After getting my mage level, I plan to kill a few Abishai
I'm gone.
to gain some early mage levels. I think that will be a good plan. Like if we can hit level 6, we will catch up with fighter. Maybe we can even hit level 7, who knows. And yet another interruption. A person cannot even find privacy within one's own home. Please leave before I summon the guards. Or better yet, I'll try out a new spell I've been toying with. I wish to learn more about this box. You hold out Moridor's box for Shilandra to examine. Ah, yes, I remember this box well. I acquired it some time ago. What do you wish to know about it? Who did you get this from? Let me think. I don't recall whom I got it from. I just remember I was down in the marketplace looking for some spell components when some person offered me this box. After testing the box, I found it to be cursed, but was intrigued by the spells woven into the box, so I purchased it anyway. If you are so intrigued by the box, what made you decide to give it away? Hey, old-fashioned. Hello. Welcome, welcome.
Hello?
I was young and brash back then. In my relentless pursuit of knowledge, I carelessly undid one of the spells. Looked closely at the box. It was like new when I had it. The signs of decay are an indication that the spells are weakening. I realized I was in danger if I kept the box any longer, so I held a contest to get rid of it. A contest? It was the most expedient way to rid myself of it. I simply invited all the bashers in the hive to fight each other to determine who was the best. Bashers are notorious for having big muscles and not much upstairs, if you know what I mean. They came like flies to honey. I offered some money and the box as a prize. I believe some basher named Braskin won the contest. You seem to know something about magic. Can you tell me what spells have been put on this box? For many years I studied the box and tried to learn its secrets. Spell upon spell has been woven into it. To my amazement, my studies revealed that all the spells are of the type used to confine fiends. Fiends? You mean there are fiends trapped within this box? No, not fiends, a fiend. And judging by the sophistication and power of these spells, it would have to be one of the significant standing and power in this realm. Can you safely remove the spells on this box? Seeking to remove yourself from the box, eh? That spell is the worst of them all. Basically, that particular spell draws energy from the current owner of the box and uses it to power one of the spells of confinement. That isn't the worst of it. The fiend inside can smell this energy and would more than likely hunt down that person should it escape. It's really a no-win situation to own that box. Either it drains you dry for energy, or the fiend within kills you. I mean, I tried opening it, we can easily kill the fiend within. I see. Do you know the history behind this box? The only thing I have been able to learn is its name. It's called Murder's Box. As to who this murderer is, or the origins of the box, I do not know. Is there a way to safely dispose of Murder's Box without hurting anyone? I'm not strong enough to fight or banish such a creature. It's been ages since I've been there, but there is a cathedral located in the middle of the Alley of Dangerous Angles. A priest or someone who gains their power from a higher source might be able to help you. You've been a great help. Thanks.
Updated my journal. All right.
So as I said, we can easily kill that fiend, but I think it's more interesting to go ahead with the banishment option, if that's indeed a thing, and it seems to be. So we had this dude,
Done.
the priests of Eoskar, who made us the disciple. But can we still enter there? Yes, we can. You have returned. Excuse my surprise. It's just that you are the first disciple to ever return. Most seem to disappear. How may I help you? What happened? 1 minute I was becoming a disciple, and then the next thing I know I'm stuck in some kind of maze. It sounds as if you were a portal somewhere. Only experienced followers of Eoskar and the lady could do such a thing. This might explain the disappearances of my other disciples. I must contemplate on this. Please leave. I don't want to leave. Eola seems to have fallen into a deep trance. Every so often you hear him sing praises to Eoskar. Are you serious? Let's load. I come seeking counsel concerning a box and a demon. You explain to him your predicament. Eola seems to consider things for a little moment and then speaks to you. I, a humble disciple to the great Eoskar, can indeed help you. First you must relinquish the box to me. Give him the box. Eola places Murder's Box within a wire pyramid-shaped structure and then mutters a prayer to Eoskar. The familiar shimmering of a portal soon fills in the size of the pyramid. Eola then casually reaches through the portal and flips open the Murder's Box. Continue. You scream in an attempt to stop him, but are too late. Almost instantly, the box begins to disintegrate as a sickly smoke begins to fill the interior of the pyramid. A feeling of immense dread fills the room, and it is all you can do to keep yourself from bolting from the tent. You notice that as the tendrils of smoke touch the sides of the pyramid, they are drawn into the swirling vortex of the portals. As the last tendril of smoke disappears, the feeling of dread passes. Eola smiles a bit nervously at you. Witness the power of Eoskar, the keeper of gateways. I'm sure a fiend of such power that requires so many spells to contain it will have no problems making its way back here, and when it does, it's going to be looking for you. I have taken that into consideration. You see, each side of the pyramid contained a portal to a different plane. In effect, I scattered its essence far and wide across the multiverse. Did you know there are races out there that consider demons a sort of delicacy? Really? He begins to chuckle softly as he reaches into the pyramid and sifts through the ashes of the box, removing the gem that was attached to it. Payment for my services. I will use this to help rebuild my beautiful cathedral. Keep the gem. You have more than earned it. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Aeolus seems to have fallen into a deep trance. Every so often you hear him sing praises to Eoskar. Okay, now we cannot...
Your sound card works
Hey!
perfectly.
Thank you so much for the follow, Socrates. Welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy your time here. Hey, Enlightened! Happy November! How is my day so far? It's great! It's great, thank you so much. Today is the first day of the new season of Evilometer, so we are rolling the dice, discovering new characters. Why don't you roll also? It's very exciting for me. I'd like to purchase that gem you took from Murder's Bags. Can we actually? Luckily for you, I haven't had the time to sell it yet. I'll let you have it for the bargain price of 300 coppers. How about 100 coppers? I don't know what it is, but I like you. I'll let you have the gem for 200 and not a copper less. What do you say? I'll take it. May Eoskar, the god of portals and doors and opportunities, smile upon you. Okay, I don't know why we bought it, but hopefully it will come in handy. Maybe it will be a portal opener somewhere. Who knows? Okay, we had this before. Can we re-trigger him now? Why are there no other disciples of Eoskar? Okay. Alright, nothing left here. Okay then, it's time. It's time to go to Rag Picker Square. We have done everything else that we can. Still a factory sealed box copy of this game. Wow! It must be very valuable now. The original edition, right? Enlightened, not the enhanced? If it's the original release, I think a sealed copy of it would be worth some nice amount of money. But if I had it, I would definitely keep it. I would not sell it. Alright, Rag Picker Square here. New area. Let's see.
I'm gone.
Yellow Fingers. Ratspawn. Let's talk to Yellow Fingers first. This weasel-looking fellow is skulking about the garbage like a tattered shadow. Seeing you and Marte, he beckons to you. Tss. Hey, skull. Where'd you get the skull, eh? Me skull it is. Give it back to me. Marte turns to the Hiver. Back off. Truth. If you can prove to me the skull is yours, then I'll give it to you. It's only fair. He stares at you for a moment, like you're adult. It's back in mine, talking proof, don't you know nothing? Gives me the skull bags now. I'll buy the skull from you, fair? His eyes narrow, his lips putting away some crooked, stained teeth in the twisted sneer. Skull's lot of jink. You can pay? Means a lot to me, that skull. Mortis spins to face you. Chief, don't give this trash anything. Aye. The man hisses angrily at Marte. Is that any way to talk to me, your owner? Marta turns on the man. I wasn't talking to you, you ass for brains. When I talk to you, you'll know, cause I'll be grunting and snorting so you can understand what I'm saying. The man turns to you, teeth bared and angrier than ever. Oh, it's gonna cost. Gonna cost to settle the matter. Give him 5 coppers. Aye, that'll settle it between us, he sniffs horribly. Still from me again, though. I'm flirting with the biggest idiot in the multiverse. And what, Yellowfinger? Steal from you and you'll do what? I don't want to intimidate him. Now that that's out of the way, Yellowfingers, I had some questions. He sneers. Chance not cheap. He rubs 2 yellow fingers together. Chink chink. His eyes, constantly rolling and darting as he speaks to you, seem to fall on your coin purse frequently. Hand him a couple coins. He scoffs. Chance not cheap, you deaf. Listen when I toss to you. Throw him 5 coppers. He studies the coins for a moment, then squints at you. I know some. What you want to know? I'm looking for a man named Farad. He narrows his eyes suddenly. Eh? He cocks his head, studying you. Farad. Knowing about him is job on in about him. Not cheap. Get you put in the debt book. No, not cheap. Offer him 5 more coins. He looks around, then leans close to hiss in your ear. Go to the east part of the square and wait. I'll meet you there in an hour's time. Don't you want to be seen with you any longer? No more questions now. Get! He makes to move past you. Wait! As you watch Yellowfingers hurriedly scamper off, you're stuck with the feeling that you won't be seeing him again in time soon. I mean, if he walked with at this speeds... This man is whistling a cheerful tune and playing with a wildcat fighting knife. As you approach him, he stops whistling and gives you a curious look. What you want? I had some questions. My name is Rat Bonkatzer. I'm a thief for hire in the employ of Sharegrave, the boss of the collectors you see around this square. He pays me mostly to learn his last to be real quiet like, and how to fight if they runs in that spot of trouble. That's likely the only questions I'll answer for you, Katzer. He sniffs and shrugs. Oh, thief trainer? No, I'm not going to get the thief class though. Where's the Sharegrave fellow? He nods towards the large, dilapidated house beside him. Careful though, Katzer. He don't like visitors. He's right suspicious of everyone. Sharegrave is not even his real name. Just what me and some of the others calls him. I'm looking for a man named Farad. Do you know where he is? Ratbun shakes his head. Nay, I don't. Here he is nearby though. Some of his lads come running through at times, making for some hidey hole that's who knows where. Somewhere up around those elevated platforms, I'll bet. But it's none of my business. He shrugs and spits on the ground. Live and let live, says Ratbone. Very well done. When you'll get mage, is it going to be dual or multi-class or complete change of class? In this game, it is a complete switching of classes, old-fashioned. So you can technically get a thief class, you can technically get each of the 3 classes, but you can activate only one of them. Actually, that's a good point. I should probably activate thief class also, because companions can help you switch your classes around. You don't have to come back to the trainers, and if we for some reason wanted to come back to the thief class at some point or fighter class, we can definitely do that. So I think once we found the mage trainer, we will first activate thief class and then activate mage class so that we have activated all classes. Sharegrave. Tall and lanky, this pale grim-looking man exudes authority despite his gangly and somewhat awkward frame. A good portion of his left ear is missing. What little that's left is a ragged mass of scar tissue, as if the ear was bitten off rather than cut. His narrow, shifting eyes, almost mere slits, look clever and dangerous. Welcome back, VF. No worries, no apologies necessary. Greetings. He spews out a reply. I don't know you, Bark. He glares at you. What do you want? Answer quick before I call in some men to make quick work of you. Who are you? He scoffs and looks at you incredulously. Bark. Who am I is the second thing you should have known before you stomped your shaved up, corpse-looking self in here. What's the first thing? That I hate visitors, and I loathe strangers. You're both. He sneers and taps his finger to his temple. Figure the rest out on your own. Calm down, I don't mean any harm. You only know BG mechanics. Yes, this is AD&D 2nd edition, like Baldur's Gate. However, this is highly modified to suit this game's needs and purposes. So here and there, you will find things very similar, rules the same as Baldur's Gate 2, but there's also a lot of custom stuff to know about. Calm down, I don't mean any harm. Oh, you don't say? Well, that makes it all piking better then, doesn't it? Now I'm going to ask you one more time before your arse hits the street, possibly in several pieces. What do you want? I have some questions. He's quiet for a moment, then nods. That's so? Like what? I'm looking for a man named Ferret. The tension in the room suddenly rises. Now, what a funny thing to be asking about. What do you want to know about Old Blood Ferret for? He stole something from me, and I want it back. The man is silent for a moment, then cracks a smile. He steals from us all, doesn't he? Whether we are living or dead? He chuckles. What do you mean? Our main source of living around here is the dead. You follow? You're a collector. Aye, that's right. He looks at you as if he's considering something. No, there's only so many debtors at any one time. My bloods and I can only gather so many. If somebody else is gathering debtors, that's that much less chink that goes into our pockets. So...
Updated my journal.
Drop is that he's found a motherload of them. No, I haven't heard any massacres in Sigil. By the way, it's Sigil. I'm going to play a clip from Nameless One from somewhere in the game. I was looking for some of the sound effects you requested from the game, and I found this sound clip.
What happened to Sigil? What happened to Sigil?
So this is Nameless One saying what happened to Sigil at some point in the game. Even though the word is clearly Sigil, or the most general usage is Sigil of the pronunciation, but in this game it's pronounced Sigil apparently. And that is probably what's why Matt Mercer kept pronouncing this Sigil, because he probably played Planescape Torment, right? So from now on, I'm also pronouncing it Sigil during this game. He frowns, tapping at his chin, so I'm quite interested in knowing where all the debtors are coming from. I could find out for you, if you'd like. Oh, aye? And how would you do that? All I need to do is find them, let me worry about the rest. No way he's saying, what happened to the Sigil? No. What happened to the Sigil? All I need to do is find them. Let me worry about the rest.
Updated my journal.
You got it. I'll even give you 100 copper commons for your trouble. Go up on the platforms, follow them to the north and west. Then you'll come to a gate that leads to Farrett's Vault Hall. Getting in and getting the information is your deal. And if anyone asks, you don't know me, and we never had to talk here. Who are you? For a smart cutter, you don't listen too well. Huh? Oh, he's not attacking, right? Not yet. The man nods the slightest greeting. Have you done what I asked of you? Found out what he's up? Dude, I didn't even leave your tent. Not yet. I'll find out what I need to know, and I don't want to see you back here until you do. Go, before I call my bloods to show you the way. But I had some questions. Not really. Let's leave.
I'm gone.
Hey, cranium rats. Oh.
Damn it.
Done.
Nice.
Good as done.
I'm gone. I'm gone.
Nod. Okay. New NPC. Jerem.
Done.
Sledo. Oh, is that a trap? Hey, come on, we could have been friends. What? Who? Greetings. I really don't have time to talk with you. You see, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to complete my spell without the key components. Maybe I can help. Jerem pauses for a second. I guess it couldn't hurt. I'm in need of a ruby to complete my spell. Wait, is it Moridon's gem? It must be of exceptional quality, not like the junk they sell at the marketplace. If you should find one, bring it back to me and I shall make it worth your while.
Updated my journal.
Yes, we have it. What? You're back. Did you manage to find one? Is this what you're looking for? That's perfect. Where did you... Never mind here. Jerem takes the gem from you, handing you a good sum of coins. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to work on my spell.
Updated my journal.
I'm not sure if we should keep the... Okay, so without spoiling, is there a better way to use Moridor's gem? Anyone who might know the game or anyone willing to check a wiki for me? Do not tell me what it is if there is one, but if there is a better way to use Moridor's gem, let me know and I will reload. Because this seems too quick to get rid of it.
All right.
I'm good, okay. Well, we killed the dude.
Updated my journal.
Alright. In that case.
I'm gone.
Old Mabeth. This squat old woman looks like she has all the color bled out of her. Everything from her hair to her shawl to her robe. All the shaders of grey. All are shades of grey. The only splotches of color on her come from several strange herbs, which are tied to her belt by their stalks. The herbs make a strange swoosh when she moves, like a broom. Greetings. The elderly woman turns and stares at you, and you notice the gray shades blanketing her body extend to her features as well. Her hair is a wispy gray, and her eyes are like chips of granite. She frowns when she sees you. And who might you be, hmm? I don't really know who I am. So you not yourself, child. She squints, then points at your chest. Hard to piece together the man beneath all that tracery and scrolling scars, is it? Maybe. Who are you? With a sly cackle, she wags her eyebrows. Have you not heard of old Mabeth then? The midwife of the square?
Aye.
Have you not now? She narrows her eyes and her voice drops. Well, now you have, for I be Mabeth. Hey, Gigi, hello. It's great to see you. Welcome in, how are you today? You're a midwife. What do you do?
Updated my journal.
Oh, it's you! Hi!
I said bones right. Drive the cough out of the sick, yank out squealing, stubborn babes, mend cloaks, or a rag or two, make cures on herbs and the other such. She squints at you, studying your scars. Be needing a cure or three, do you then? Cures? Ah, you been needing some cures to look at ya. Do you want to buy some, do you? She glanced at the scars covering your body again, then shrugs. Too late to be asking for them, I think.
I am reborn. A new god in a troubled land.
Nice. You got innocence. A new character. I am the toast, yeah. Actually, we could use some healing. Mabeth nods. Very well done. She reaches for one of the dried herbs at her belt, snaps it off at the stalk, then grinds it in her calloused palms. Small wisps of dust and pollen rise from her hands. She then mumbles to herself, then blows the dust into the air. Take a deep breath.
Updated my journal.
The grey pollen swirls around the room, blanketing you and your companions. You breathe deeply, and less than a moment later, you feel strangely refreshed. Thanks, Mabeth. Before I go, I had some other questions for you. What do you sell here, Mabeth? I sell rags and herbs and cures and charms and mixes and pulses and all that wash, she shrugs. Also, if you find a queer item you can't figure out, bring it to Mabeth. No promises, child, but mayhap I can riddle out what it is. I see. Can I see what you have for sale then? Oh, a spell scroll. What is this? Invokes Raise Dead. Interesting. Tech traps, 1 int. And we can identify. But we have nothing to identify. Ice Knife, identify Chromatic Orb, Fist of Iron, Armor Strength, Blur Lock. What was this? Remove magic, right? Remove curse. Okay, let's buy this. I cannot buy this, I don't have the money. Interesting. I mean, we can sell stuff. But there's nothing I want to sell. Okay, I have to grind some coin. Or I can sell this stuff. Oh, well. Yes, I have some questions for you. Don't understand. Do you know someone named Farad? Farad? You watch as Mavis spits once, twice, 3 times, then follows it by making a semicircle over her head. Over her heart. That Galtard. What you be wanting with the likes of him? I need to find him. Do you know where he is? He's not in Rackpicker Square, that much I can tell you. You need to find a way under the square to get to that third spider skip. She spits again. Even talking about him leaves a foul taste, it does. He's under the square? She jabs her finger at the floor. Aye, he's buried beneath these piles of trash, him and his boys, and a tough time he'd have digging him out of this nest. She shakes her head. Let be, child. I need to find him. How do I get down there?
Updated my journal.
Mabeth frowns, then sighs. He herself, Farah's got a gate that leads to his nest somewhere here in the square. It's just a matter of finding it. You might want to ask some of the others. Some who travel a bit more than old Mabeth. Hey, Sangniv! You know someone named Parrot? Parrot, ta. Hey, Sangniv, it's great to see you. Welcome. How are you today? I had some other questions. Are you a witch, Mabeth? Mabeth scrutinizes you. I say not as to what I am and isn't. But what you be wanting to know, so fool bad that you hound an old woman, barking and sniffing for a juicy bit of gossip? I want to learn about magic. Could you teach me? Okay, so let's say Faradwise has been keeping you on edge once again. Okay, let's learn Thief. Sure, for a spot of Jink been trained before? No, I haven't. That's fine, I'm gonna cuff you, so... Now dodge it. He suddenly swings his open hand at your head. Dodge the blow. Alright, Vince Snowman, thank you so much for the lurk. See you in a little bit. You avoid red bombs below. Not bad, Kata. Now about the spot of Jink, 50 commons and I'll see you trained right up. Sounds good, here. Yes, new season. Everyone roll D666. You knows you got to stop doing whatever you are doing now, right? You can't be a warrior or whatnot, and a thief. Are you alright with that, Cutter? Yes, I am. Let's get to it then. What I'm gonna learn you here are the thief's 6 best plots: sneaking about, hiding, picking locks and pockets, finding and removing traps, and my favorite, stabbing plucky Burks in the back. Go on. Sneaking about, hiding in the shadows, and moving real quiet like is right handy. Better alive get than a dead Cutter, eh? Not only do you stay out of harm's way, but if he does want to stick someone, you got the upper hand right off. But I'll tell you more of that later. Keep in your mind though, you can't go sneaking if someone's already looking at you. Go on. Picking pockets and locks is a good thing too, supplement the old income and such. Just be ready to runs if you get caught picking a pocket, and always check for traps if you are picking a suspicious lock. If you're gonna look for traps, just check the area over nice and slow. Sometimes it'll take a moment or two to see him. Go on. If he does find a trap, use your skills to disarm the blighted thing. It's a lot like picking a puzzle lock, really. Go on. The last thing I'll learn ye is the backstab. Ratbone sighs happily. If he manages to sneak up on a bugger and he wants to start a row, just attack the sod from behind. You got a much better chance of hitting him, and when you do, he hits harder. Alright then, let's get to training. Ratbone nods. Alright, Cutter. First off, you got to relax. You're too tense. You're gonna have to let your instinct take over at times and trust your hunches. And so your training as a thief begins. Learn all you can.
My journal.
After a long period of training, Ratbone nods at you in satisfaction. I must say, Cutter, never have I run across a faster learner. I'd almost say you've done this all before. Perhaps I have, Ratbone, and simply forgot. Thanks and farewell.
I feel stronger.
Let's see. We can level up as a thief immediately. If it's like BG, it should be... it should be multiples of 5 that only make sense or are useful. I mean, not that we are going to use this much anyway, so why does it matter? Let's go. I had some questions. Are you a witch? I wish to learn about magic. Could you teach me? Mabbit laughs. Bah, I'm no teacher. No school mistress all set up to teach like them in the big fast hall. There's others somewhere, I'm sure, that spill the dark of it. You'd be wasting your time with old Mabbit, so you would. Wait, is this not the trainer? I don't agree. I think you'd have a lot to teach. Mabbit looks at you intently. Oh, I? Why do you want to learn for such things? Because I may need it to solve the mystery of who I am. After a moment, Mabbit nods. The arts may help, it may not, and you must not rely on it to solve all your problems. Ah, child, it's most like only going to add another chip to your pile of questions. I understand. Will you teach me? Ha! Mabbit shakes her head. One should make songs rather than make magic. Songs have more beauty. Magic's being all made dull, commonplace, soiled by the mob of people that have trumped through it. She squints at you. I'll teach you, but first you'll need to do some things for me, you hear? Like what? My legs aren't good for walking about sigil, and there's errands I'd have to run. I need you to fetch me some herbs from the market. It's Spireward, easterly and southerly from here. In the High Market, here's a sample. She takes a black seed from her coat and flicks it to you. Examine the seed.
Updated my journal.
You twist the black seed in your hand. As you do, you feel a small bite, then a small drop of blood oozes from your thumb. There are tiny barbs on the seed, like teeth. Mabbit snorts. Careful with it. Show it to one of the fruit merchants at the market. They will know what herbs you seek. Very well then, I'll return when I have the herbs. I forgot to turn in the prayer beads. I should do it also.
I'm gone.
Let's see, since you're a thief, how does this work?
I spotted a trap.
What?
I'm gone.
You just had fruit salad. Sounds great. What fruits were in there?
And your path is mine. Spotted a trap. Done. Couldn't disarm it. 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 Disarm it.
Oops. Okay. All the ones you had. That's the best kind of salads. Put everything you have.
Done.
Okay. No, 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 not here.
All right.
Not here. Southeast. Northwest.
All right.
Bananas, pineapple, berries, apple berries, apples, pears. That sounds great. Those are all fruits that I really enjoy.
I'm gone.
And grapes. It's getting better. We meet again. Some sea plums today? Arboreal fireseed? Mabeth, the midwife of the square, needs some herbs sprung from the seed here. Can you help me? The man takes the seed, looks at it critically. As he presses it between his thumb and forefinger, he winces, and a small drop of blood appears on his thumb. Ah, this seed's got a bite on it. I noticed that. Do you have the herbs she's talking about? He can't seem to take his eyes off the seed. Lad, I don't know if there's anyone who has what your friend seeks. To be square, I've never seen such a seed before. You would need someone who cultivates seeds such as this, for I have none. Very well then, where would I find such a person?
My journal.
Don't know the dark of that, friend. He hands the seed back to you. You'd be hard-pressed to find a gardener in the high. Maybe Morns for trees could help. Farewell. Where was that dude? Oh, I have to talk to Mar. Okay, we can. Mars for trees. I think
I'm gone.
he was in this map, right? Yeah. No, I wanted to ask Dakan to help you. Right, I had forgotten about this. One finds your request most intriguing. Trees in the hive, like cities in limbo. They would stand as a testament to the will of the people not to bow to that which would surround and devour them, to take what has been thrust upon them, or left behind, and make good of it. I too will care for the trees. Thanks, I had some questions, Mars. I need some herbs sprung from this seed. Can you help me? Mars for Trees takes the seed from you and holds it up his eye. What an odd seed. Are those teeth along the edge? Barbs, perhaps? Where did you come by it, friend? Old Mabeth, the midwife of the square, needs some herbs sprung from that seed. Do you know where I could get some? No. Mars for Trees continues to stare at the seed in his hand. This is the only seed of its kind I've ever seen. He winces, and a spot of blood glistens on his thumb. The barbs on it are sharp indeed. Perhaps you should hold it. So you can't help me either. Unless you can make that one grow, I cannot. Again, I've never seen a seed of its like before, friends. How am I feeling after all of this reading? You know, it's tiring, I'm not going to lie, but I'm not feeling bad. It doesn't hurt me or make me feel exceptionally tired. I mean, as I said, it is tiring, but
Hydrate.
it's not unbearable amounts of tired. And I'm drinking a lot. Yeah, good idea. I start the stream with a coffee and then keep drinking water, so it helps. I'm not feeling bad at all. Thank you for checking up. If you wanted it to grow enough, is it possible to make it grow? Mars for Trees looks at the seed. Perhaps if you cared enough to see it grow. Focus on the seed, will it to grow. How are you feeling after all this reading? I'm drinking a lot. Yes. It has driven me to alcohol. To your surprise, there's a crack and the seed splits, twigs splitting from your surface-like fingers. Instinctively, you drop the seed, but the talon-like twigs wrap around your wrist and will not let go. What the hell?
Updated my journal.
Marswartrine stares at the barbed branches wrapped around your wrist, stunned. I think the barbs on those new branches would be more than enough for what your friend needs. I hope she can get this damn thing off of me. Look, before I go, I have some questions. Any change in the trees yet? Yes, friend, there has been. It's so slight you can barely see it, but look, fresh sap from the trunk and a handful of new buds. It's only a matter of time now. I thank you again for giving me hope once more. My pleasure. Bye. Alright, we did the quest. Okay, this way. Mitrail's always drinking. I had missed that one. Rackpicker. This is another entrance that we have not actually discovered when we were there. Oh no, we have. We have.
I'm gone.
Your path brings you back here, does it, child? I returned with those herbs you wanted. Now maybe you can get this damn bramble patch off my wrist. Is that so? Mabbott glances at the barbs that surround your wrist. If so, think it off then. Do so.
Updated my journal.
Creaking and snapping, the black barbed branches unravel themselves from your wrists and form into a tangled ball of brush and twigs. It looks like a nest of dead black snakes. Mabbott snorts. Think it into a picture frame or something with more structure and less angles. Concentrate on the barbed ball, then imagine it as a picture frame. We keep gaining experience, by the way. Are we gaining thief experience or mage experience? The branched ball creaks, the twigs bending and twisting until the branches have bent themselves into a small picture frame, 2 hand spans on a side. Almost unconsciously, you imagine shape the barbs to the back of the frame so it can be hung from the wall easily. And, as an afterthought, you move the remaining barbs to the inside of the frame so it can be picked up by the edges. Hey, Legion Grey, hello, it's Mithril, it's Legion. It's great to see you, Legion. Happy Wednesday. How are you today?
Hello?
How's that? Mabbott stares at the frame for a moment, then cackles. Ah, square enough it is. Good work, child, good work. She picks up the frame and scrutinizes it. This'll do nicely. Is that all you wanted it for? Aye, well, this is enough. Aye, but there was one thing I forgot to tell you. To fetch one you left last time, and it'll take you back to the Merchant Square, it will. Look for the cloth seller, Giscarl. He has some rags of mine that he was supposed to wash, and long has it been since I first asked him to do it. I'll go get it. Farewell.
I feel stronger.
Okay, we got the thief level. Well, this is good. I'm glad we actually unlocked the thief level. So, detect traps is detecting traps, and open locks is opening locks and disarming traps? Or is disarming traps also detecting traps? I'm not so clear about it. Let's test this again.
All right.
Yes, that's because my dexterity is terrible. I'm not going to be a thief, so
All right.
I started with a low dexterity. Couldn't disarm it.
Couldn't disarm it. 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 Disarm it.
Vomit, vomit. Okay, let's go. Let's go back.
I'm gone.
Not like we have anything important to do. Okay, so clothes person. Uh... One of these unnamed ones then. Oh, Giscarl, here. Giscarl turns to you. I, Giscarl. He bows and spreads his trembling scarred hands. I, Giscarl. I'm here to pick up someone's wash, Mabeth, the midwife, Rack Picker Square. Giscarl blinks. Washcloth? Yes, Mabeth, Rack Picker Square. A rag picker? He taps his fingers as if counting something. I know, I remember. He holds up a trembling finger as if telling you to wait. Wait for him to fetch the wash. He comes back with a flattened mass of green rags, thin as paper, yet so stiff they look like they could double as wooden bars. The rags are so caked with a greenish lime starch that they look like it would take years of soaking to relax them. How many times did you clean these? Giscarl washcloth, starchcloth every 5th day. Washcloth, starchcloth every 5th day. His eyes flicker. Giscarl wash many years. Always starchcloth on 5th day. Giscarl's ritual. Hey Mode, hello. It's great to see you. How are you? I'm doing great indeed. Thank you, thank you. Today is the first day of new Evilometer season mode. Why don't you roll? But they're ruined. Washcloth is Giscarl's ritual. His voice is flat, almost zombie-like. Must starchcloth every 5th day. What's the point of doing it every 5 days when they don't... Oh, never mind, just hand them over. Just busy with things. I hope everything is good, Mode. I realized we have not seen much of you since last week. I hope everything's fine.
We're keepers of the peace, not soldiers.
Hey, new character! You missed Innocence earlier today. Innocence was rolled. Give cloth. He nods and hands you the racks. They are heavy, it's like carrying an armload of bricks. I'll take them back to Mabot now. Farewell. Yes, you missed it. Busy with things, mod is building a bomb. Innocence is amazing. What kind of bomb are you building, mod?
I'm gone. Done.
Glitter bomb. I brought your wash. I think this girl was a little heavy on the cleaning ritual though. She takes the stacks of starch green racks from you and she examines them critically. At least they won't tear or bend. What was with that cloth merchant, Giscarl? His hands were all scarred, and he seemed slow. Mabel is still turning the cloth over in her hands, tapping it with her finger. Well, child, sometimes one burns with the art, and other times the art burns you. Is that what happened to him? Mabel clicks her tongue. Mayhap. There's some who, for use in the art, is like breathing. They strolls about with pointy hats and stinkweed pipes. Then there's hedge wizards and plain-touch gypsies and fortune casters, and half-seers and midwives who flicker with the arts. Them have a harder time of it. And Giscarl was one of them? Mabeth nods. Aye, so to speak. In some ways he's no different now than he was. Addicted to habit and ritual he was. She sets down the stiff racks. They clunk as she places them on the floor. I know. There's one last thing I need from you, child. How have you all been doing? How was our Halloween, if celebrated? I did not celebrate it personally. But I've been doing very well. Playing some games that I'm enjoying a lot, both on and off stream. You know, things are great. This better not even okay. Of course, what do you need? Only this. I need some inks for scribing some ingredients in one of me cookery books. I'll need you to fetch some from one of the merchants. Kosajai be her name. Alright. I'm off. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
You'll admit you were expecting a geeky cosplay. I'm sorry. I can never have that great hair.
All right.
Okay.
Done.
Main obstacle to overcome is the oversized jacket. Yeah, you haven't seen much of Gabriel Knight 3, right? He is very different from the second game in the third game. Okay, who do we need to... He's probably the only merchant I haven't spoken to yet. She said to speak to me.
Hey.
Hey, Banana Hammock Republic. How is Torment going? It's going great. It's slow, but very enjoyable. How are you? It's great to see you. But unfortunately, you have to take the time to check the words. Yeah, I've been getting stuck with that game, especially on Monday. It's much more difficult than I imagined it would be. It's fine though, we are making progress. This one? Oh, here. It's Banana! Yes! You have a little break from work, right? So you can do more than lurk. Well, that's good. You've been very curious about this one. You think you used to have a copy when you were younger. You don't remember ever playing. Well, it's only the best RPG ever. No big deal. According to me at least. I hope you enjoy it. The old woman gives a gummy smile. Some fish, my child? Fish hats? Mabel said you sell ink. She sent me to purchase some. Ink? She chuckles. Nay, sir, I sells no ink. I sells just fish. Are you sure? Mabel, the midwife in Rackpicker Square, mentioned you specifically. It's definitely an RPG. I don't... It seems like you don't agree with the best RPG ever part. Well, Kosajai was me dam's name, and me granddam's name. So it could be any of us, yet they are both in the dead book, so only this Kosajai matters. No idea what she's on about. A midwife in the Picker Square, you say? She thinks for a moment. Don't know her, I suppose. Don't know her, I don't. So you don't have any ink? But I can't say that's much of a surprise. I swear Mabot is having me run in circles. No, hold on. Your midnight friend's not all wrong. Hey, Jiolchka. Hello. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you today? I know how you can get ink, but it might not be the ink you're looking for. Ooh, nice. Nice roll. One of my favorite characters. My favorite new characters of this season. Nice roll. I think I'm thinking of bleeds from the gills of a Bragada fin. It does. This Bragada fin, it bleeds ink. She frowns. Aye, this thing is... That fish is not for eating. It got a horrible taste. Sculls the tongue. You can ask Smayram. She pitches her fish cell down the street of a southerly way. Nice one. Southerly way, she cackles. She must have one of them fish he needs on her pole. So, Mayram down the street. I'll go seek her out then. Farewell.
My journal.
You are 6, so now you are a burrito. You are a burrito? I hope you are not too sick. And get well soon, in any case. How is my voice? It's alright. No problems. I am learning to read properly. With proper speed, proper volume. So it's helping. The more I do this, the easier it gets. I'm pretty well, thank you. Thank you for asking. The first 2 days were the hardest. I mean, clearly it wasn't the first time I'm reading anything in my life, but reading for 5 hours straight, the first 2 days was the toughest. But now it's getting easier. Well met again, sir. What can I do for you? Have you heard of a Bragada fish? I was told it bleeds ink from its gills. She blinks, then nods. Aye, that fish is a strange one, it is. Not many have heard of it, and less want to eat it. Difficult to kill, and even in death, it still seems to live. Not many want to latch their teeth around something that still writes. Do you have one?
Updated my journal.
Aye, but the ink, you'll need something to carry it in. Have you a bowl or cup, perchance? Or a tankard. Maybe one of the merchants is selling one. Farewell. I know who's selling one. I think it's this one. I need something to hold ink in. Do you have a tankard or a goblet for sale? Oh yes, many kinds. They range in price from a few coppers to several hundred. Actually, I'm looking for the cheapest one you have. You are a blanket burrito. I see. Well, you hope you will feel better. Your vacation starts on Monday. I hope you feel better. And you have a good vacation. A battered looking tankard to you. It's covered in dents and its handle looks like it's about to fall off. This one looks like it was used on someone's skull. He smiles slightly. It'll do, thanks, and farewell.
Updated my journal.
Wait, did we even not pay anything?
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Vincino man. I brought a tankard. Can I get the ink from the fish in it? She nods and plucks the fish from her pole. It twitches as she grabs it, then starts slashing about as she begins to twist it like a rag. She wrings it until bluish black ichor begins to trickle from the fish's gills. When your tankard is almost full, she relaxes her grip and throws the twitching fish into a sack at her side.
Jiolska just
Hey,
boosted
nice.
Pathfinder.
Thanks and farewell.
Updated my journal.
New critical
Okay.
hits boost.
Let's jump there.
Dialska just boosted Pathfinder. WOTR.
Sure. All right. KOTOR 2.
New critical hits boost. MAUDE034 just boosted NW1.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gielska.
New
You cannot
critical hits
actually
boost. Vidiot
boost
Fringe
KOTOR 2
just
right
boosted
now.
Wasteland.
But
New
in
critical hits boost.
37 minutes you can.
MAUDE034 just boosted Disco.
Neverwinter Nights.
New critical hits boost. MAUDE034
Disco.
just boosted Torment 2.
Wastelands.
New critical hits boost. Vidiot Fringe just
I'm
boosted
confused.
DSX Bob War.
Give me a moment. Neverwinter Wasteland, Disco, Torment 2. Deus Ex.
New critical hits boost. Vinci Nomen just boosted Fallout.
Fallout. I assume you mean Fallout 2.
New critical hits boost. Vinci Nomen just boosted Fallout 2.
Alright, so we have already played Fallout. So it's not in the lists. Would you like to boost Fallout 3 instead, or some other game? Oh, you corrected yourself. Okay, so give me a minute.
New
Can
critical
we
hits
refund
boost. Vidiot Fringe just boosted
1,000
Witcher.
to Vincino Man, please? Witcher. Okay, I will refund. Alright. Any more? Any other boosts? If I move back to the game? Move over. Okay, let's go back to the game. Thank you for the boosts. You'll be boosting KOTOR in a few minutes. Yeah, sure. In about half an hour, you should have the required. Every minute you gain 10 points, so it should not take too long to gain 300. Okay. Where am I? No, I went to the wrong area.
All right.
About Witcher games, they are sequels to the book series. Does it affect your willingness to play them or no? Oh, no, 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 no. Would I want to read a book? Who reads books? Come on, VF. What are you talking about? Are we in the 16th century? Just kidding, obviously, but no, I'm not going to read a book to play a game. Okay, here's that ink you wanted. Never takes a tankard of ink from you, then sniffs it. Prime ink. Fresh it is, I. She nods at you. You've done well, child. All I've asked. Now, I ask you again. After all you've seen, do you still want to learn the art? Yes, after all, the guiding goal was your errands was to test my persistence, was it not? Never smiles, then nods. Yes, mayhap, child, mayhap. And that's not all. You knew who I had to see to accomplish each errand, didn't you? But nods again, slower this time. Mayhap, child, mayhap. Even so, what did your senses tell you about them? Morsford trees showed me that my beliefs affect the world around me. Gisgirl taught me that ritual is a wasted effort if the purpose of the ritual is ignored. Mayram taught me that no matter how much I think I know, there is still much I can learn from another's eyes. Mabel is silent for a moment. Then she walks slowly over to you and touches you on the cheek. Oh, child, she sighs. You will be a master sorcerer one day, you will. You have known of it, yet you come to old Mabel for help, you have. What could a midwife teach such a one? Much, Mabeth. I want to learn all you have to teach. So you'll walk the path then, Mabeth pauses. Well, first things first. Just having the knack for the art isn't enough. You need some means of giving it focus, usually spells. The spells are usually in a book. So the art demands you have a spell book, or it's like a force you can cast spells. Can you read? Yes. That's Glen Ramada. Sure. Enjoy your gameplay. With chat making all the dialogue decisions. I would never trust my chat with my game decisions. Then let's test it. Can you read this? Mabel draws forth a small tattered card. It looks like a recipe. Examine the recipe. The writing on the recipe swims before your eyes, each symbol twisting out of focus whenever you try and read it. Almost instinctively, you relax your eyes, allowing them to take in the page all at once, and the symbols suddenly bleed together. The recipe lists measurements, ingredients. It appears to be some minor divination. This is a minor divination, isn't it? It looks like it's a spell that allows the user to see the nature of an item, to see whether it's enchanted or not. Mabet's eyes widen. Who are you to test old Mabet so? Are you some fiend? No, well, not to my knowledge. What's wrong?
Updated my journal.
Well, that's not expecting it, was I? Well, not expecting it, was I? She knows that the recipe, then plucks it out of your hand. What you see is written in the language of the arts. If you're not a mageling yet, it should be all a swirl jumble of the mishmash. She snaps her finger. Yet, clear as crystal. You pluck the sense of it right up. Mayhap you tell all Mabet why that is. I think I may have known once, but forgot. Seeing the symbols just jarred my memory. Or else a natural gift you may have. No matter, no matter. You've just shaved seasons off of your learning you have. Mabet rumps. And I'd been looking for someone to handle my chores around here, I had. If you need help with anything around here, you can still ask. It's the least I can do in exchange for you teaching me. You know, I once Fallout New Vegas at the code for GOG. I also got it for GOG from Prime. Sure, if anyone wants, feel free to talk to Georgia. Hey, Dragon, it's great to see you. Welcome. How are you today? No, don't worry yourself about that, she frowns. Well, you can read spells well enough, but spells are no good to you without a book to put them in. Do you have one? Mabet glances around the hut, and then she catches sight of the black barred picture frame you made. She picks it up carefully and studies it. This'll do. That thing is just a frame. Ah, but so are you, child. Still holding the frame, she picks up one of the starch rags you got from Giscarl. With a yank, she pulls off the greenish starch surface film. It flutters in the air like a wimpy bit of cloth. Whatever Giscarl uses in the wash, it works better than curing, stretching, and stoning does on a normal rag. Can't afford parchment? I can't. Parchment? You're fantastic as always. That's great to hear. She takes the starchy film and pulls it over the black bar frame, latching the rag's edges onto the hooks around the frame until it looks like a small greenish black painter's canvas. It's missing something. Well, it needs something painted on it. She nods. Aye, or written on it. She takes a tankard of ink you've given her and sets it down next to her. She dips one of her fingernails into the tankard, then draws it out, mumbling to herself. She begins to scratch symbols onto the frame, one by one, still mumbling to herself. All's done. Mabet stands, drying her ink-stained fingernail on her robe. She tilts her head, regarding the strange framed page in front of her. A page for your spellbook it is. She indicates you should pick it up. Take it. Inside your spellbook are your recipes, your spells, if you will. As long as they sit in the book, though, they're just words. She taps her head. The art demands you pluck the magic out of the book and put them in your attic, your head. At first you can't tap their power. Go on. You put them in your attic by studying them, memorizing them. You usually need to rest first before you can do this though. Any questions? No, Mabbit. Oh, no questions, eh? Well, now you should have questions. You know all about how to memorize spells, do you? You're a sharp one. You sure don't need any more of Mabbit's words. All a gobbling up your precious time. You're a master sorcerer already. Forgive me, Babbitt. I meant no questions on what you'd said. Please explain how to memorize spells. Alright then. Use the dark of how you memorize your spells. The spells. Pick the spells you want to stick in your head from your spellbook before you go to sleep. When you wake in the morning, they'll be buzzing in your head like flies, ready to be let out. How many spells can I cast? You can cast only one, may have 2 spells before needing to rest again. As a tiny fitting mageling, there isn't much room in your attic. So is use your spells wisely until you get wiser in the art. As your power increases, you'll get more room in your attic for spells. Alright, go on. You can only cast spells you memorize, so if you want to use the art to say meant something twice, you need to memorize the spell.
Right back.
How many times? Twice. See you in a bit, VF. Mabbit nods. Aye, twice, right enough. How can I get more spells?
Updated my journal.
Mabbit shrugs. Keep your eyes and ears out for learning. Even common folks might have some minor magics to teach. There's also scrolls, recipes, books, and even some stranger items that have spells inscribed on them. If you find one, just examine it close and copy it to your book if you want it. Got it. I can almost show you more spells if you return. I can also show you more spells if you return, especially when you have a little more of the planes in you. I'd appreciate it, thanks. Before you go, child, you'll need some magics for you to whet your appetite. Mabbit rummages in her robe, then pulls for 3 small recipes, which she passes to you. You should copy these into your book, so they can go into your attic as soon as possible. Thanks, Mabbit.
Updated my journal.
5,000. Wait, there's more. Mabbit fishes a tiny bundle of black cloth from her apron and unrolls it, producing a pair of amber earrings. These will protect you on your travels, child. I no longer wear them myself, so go ahead and take them. Thanks again. Alright, child, don't tarry here any longer. One such as ye has other ways to spend one's time rather than hang around old Mabbit. Now, come on, Mabbit, you are not old. It's literally in her name, it's old Mabbit. That compliment doesn't work. Pah, you flatterer. Your tongue is so lined with silver, it's shame about Tizu. Get you here, Hans. Beatizu. We agreed, right? Thanks for everything, Mammoth. Pah, you can't take me by not playing the adult cow with what you've learned. The art damned many a fool who sought to bend it in ways the art weren't meant to bend. Now get along with you. Farewell.
I feel stronger.
Let's see. Level 3 mage, almost 4. Chromatic Orb, Blood Bridge, Identify, nice. Let's put this on, what is this? Memorize 2 additional first level mage spells, good. So I want this extra armor class. We are going to memorize this also.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Do we not fail? Oh, okay. What is that? Spells. How do we memorize the spells? Right, I did it for Dakin. So, what's Fist of Iron? Spell gives the caster's fist the strength and durability of iron, turning it into a living weapon. Shields, armor? Blood Bridge, a bizarre compact of the healer's heart and the merchant's mind. This chromatic spell transforms your rare body into a marketplace that barters life and death. Your life essence can be given to others at a cost to yourself. When cast, the mage can select any living targets within touch range and drain life from himself and give it to the target. Interesting. What is luck? Fortune, chance, kismet, whatever its name, this spell grants a boost in one's luck for a short duration. Spell grants 2 points bonus to the target's luck for 5 seconds per level of the caster. So luck. Does luck work as it works in Baldur's Gate 2? This point increases the chance for success in various efforts such as attacking, thieving skills, saving throws, and the like. It also increases damage. Strength. Let's get damage spells. I rest here? Of course, child. I have a mess of blankets in the corner that would serve. That'll be fine, thank you. So we have 4 chromatic orbs, 1 ice knife. I guess we'll be fine. Let's continue. As you approach the hooded brown-robed man, you notice that he's mumbling to himself softly and occasionally nodding. Greetings. Someone comes to speaks to nod, I. He suddenly breaks into a fit of hacking coughs, then nods to himself. What are you doing? Nothing. Except looking for debtors, nothing else. He sniffs, then gives another hacking cough. He mumbles for a moment, then speaks again. Nothing else. Need the jink. Jink jink. Debtors? The man nods. Debtors. Can sell them to the Dusties. Nameless One asked this question to like 10 different people. You can sell the corpses? He starts nodding without really looking at you. All I'm under the black place. The mortuary. He tilts his head back and forth, then nods again. There, the Dusties, they haggles and gives chink. They takes the dead in, they do I, and don't talks to them till the next body. He sniffs, wiping at his nose with the back of his hand. Why do they pay for the corpses? He shrugs. No matter, no matter. He smiles, then nods sagely. Chink for me, chink chink. You like Sigil? Very unique place. It is a weird place. What is this place? He frowns and licks his lips. Ragpicker Square. The square. Trash everywhere. I everywhere. He coughs. What are you doing? No, I had some questions. He nods. What? He sniffs and squints at you. Jink. He taps his head, points at you, then points at his hand. You want to know something, Jink? Aye. Jink jink. Throw in 5 coppers. Jink for not. Jink jink. He mumbles for a moment, hiding the copper coins away in the folds of his robes. Ask. Not twice the answer, aye. He coughs for a bit, spitting something off to the side. Tell me about Mabeth. Midwife, cures and charms, she help with the wee ones nice. He wrinkles his nose. Her place, up on the platforms, smell bad. Do you know of a man named Farad? Hey, Farad-wise. He looks right and then starts to shake his head. Farad. He scratches his head. What? What about him? He frowns, then shakes his head, as if he's not sure he should be speaking to you. Do you know where I can find him? He shakes his head, then mumbles. He glances quickly at you, then begins to murmur again to himself. It sounds like he's uttering a prayer against evil. No, no, not here in the square. He frowns as if unsure how to explain it. But not in the square. He shakes his head again, then coughs. Tell me about this area. He points to ground, nodding. The square, Rackpicker's square. Try Sharegrave, aye, Sharegrave's square. He mumbles to himself for a moment. Tell me about Sharegrave. Sharegrave's shadow long falls over Nod, it does, aye. Nod gives homage to Sharegrave. Sharegrave tells others in his shadow, watches out for Nod, aye. He sniffs, nodding slowly. Tell me about collectors. Which faction I find interesting so far? I actually have not met many factions, I don't know much about it. I know I don't find the Dustman interesting enough to try and join. We have met someone from the Chaos Man. I don't know if Mercy Killers is a faction that we can join, but we met them. Then we have seen some thugs, which I don't believe is a faction. I do remember one faction that I will probably try and join from my earlier playthroughs, but I'm not going to say it, since it might be spoilers for some, those who do not know. But I don't remember the other factions, so we'll see. That's all I wish to know. Farewell. Eh? He shakes his head, coughs, then resumes his nodding. You'd ask a nod, aye. Not ask a ye. Question for ye, aye. Go ahead, ask your question. Not as a sister, aye. Marcy. Marcy lives in the hive, away from here, away from the square. So long ago, Nod was separated from his sister, taken away. You've been separated from her and you'd like me to find her?
Updated my journal.
You don't know her? He shakes his head sadly for a moment, chewing his lower lip. If he sees her, if he does, tell her not her brother worries about her. Aye, he does. He worries. Why don't you go find her? No! Nod covers his head with his arms, mumbling to himself. Nod can't speaks right no more. He can't, nay, and he smells the curses and the dirt and the square. Rackpicker's square, no! The outburst sends him into a fit of hacking coughs. What happened to you, Nod? Nod sniffs, looking at the ground quietly. Finally, he begins nodding to himself, speaking softly. Nod was young, aye, he was, and started hearing voices telling Nod to do this, do that. Bad things, bad, like chewing on Nod's fingers. He holds his hand to his face, and you can see old bite scars beneath the caked on filth. Go on. So Nod's parents takes him away, they does, puts him in a dark place, a wing tower, where they pokes needles and hooks in Nod's head. Voices stop, aye, they do, but Nod can't think right, can't talks right. Nod escapes the place, he does, wakes up in the hive, aye. Where is this wing tower? Dunno, bad place, bad. He shakes his head violently, clutching at his temples before resuming his usual nodding. Go on with your story. Nod wakes up, there's Collector's eye, Collector's poking at Nod, saying, Look, not a deader he's not. Takes him back, takes him. And they takes Nod's back, they does, back to the square, so long years ago. Alright, I'll find your sister for you. No thanks ye, he does, no thanks ye. Marcy was pretty, so pretty. Lives in the hive now, fair-skinned she was, hair like jet, and always in blue, she was always in blue. Farewell, Nod.
Updated my journal.
Is Marcy the woman at the smoldering corpse inn? I don't really remember.
I'm gone.
We'll see. Let's look around here first.
All right.
Okay, no one. And nothing.
I'm gone.
Okay, interesting. This archway leads only inches into the small building before becoming blocked by a solid wall of refuse. The rubbish is packed so tightly it may as well be stones and mortar. As you come closer, however, the archway's outline begins to shimmer. You notice the handful of junk you've been carrying about begins to shimmer as well. Thrust the junk into the archway. The wall of refuse flickers, wavers, and seems to fold in on itself, revealing an open space beyond it. A passage or portal seems to have formed within the frame of the archway. Okay. Can I throw away this junk now? So I feel this will go to Parrot's place, so we are not going to go there now. Let's finish up some of the side quests that are left. Maybe kill a couple of Abishai. Oh, Marrow Friend. Okay, there's another. You can smell the reek of dung and rotting meat on this man, even from afar. Though obviously weak and decrepit, his long, thin fingers and sunken eyes give him a sinister look as he scuttles through the garbage around him. The way he drools and rolls his eyes makes you wonder if he's mad. Greetings. He tries to focus on you, but his gaze wanders. His eyes are set deeply into hollow sockets, and his skin is terribly pale and diseased, covered with rashes and yellowed patches that look ready to peel from his body at any moment. The stench emanating from him is terrible. As you open your mouth to speak, he licks his lips and swallows. Yo, dadder. What did you say? Yo. He licks his lips again, and his long, spindly fingers picks at his skin as he stares at you. Yo, dadder. He glances to your left, then his eyes dart back to you. Dad's hungry. He reaches out to touch you, licking his scabrous lips. Let him touch. Yo, you dead, bro? What's up? His fingers scrabble spider-like on your arm, as if looking for a piece to tear off. He licks his split lips again, and you watch yellowish drool drip from them. With a raspy moan, his fingers suddenly dig into the skin on your arm and pull off a bit. Step back. You watch and feel your stomach churn as he takes the bit of flesh and shoves it into his mouth. He chews slowly, then swallows. You're dead? No, I'm not dead. Your taste dead. He scratches himself beneath his robe, and you suddenly notice that he has a finger hanging from his neck on a cord. It looks like there's a ring on it. Still hungry. What do you usually eat? He makes a snuffling noise like a pig. Dead. What is that finger bone? He looks down, his plague-ridden features twisting into a ghastly snaggle-toothed parody of a grin. Snack. He looks at the chew on it. Don't eat that. Have a bite of me instead. I'm more flesh.
It is useless to resist.
Yes. He smiles and reaches for your outstretched hand. Give me the finger bone first, marrow friend. He nods greedily unless you take the finger bone. Let him bite you. His teeth sink into the meat of your forearm, pull a chunk away with a single wrench of his neck. The pain is excruciating, but Marrow Friend sits on his haunches as if nothing had happened, chewing noisily at the mouthful of meat he pulled away. Thanks, farewell. Finger bone is a decayed and nearly meatless finger bone from a humanoid of roughly your size. There's still some sort of odd ring on the finger. It's intricate thing sculpted with dozens of tiny ornate flanges and decorative protrusions. Oddly enough, it seems firmly rooted to the finger, and no amount of pulling or prying will budge the thing, almost as if the ring's jagged edges have dug into the lifeless finger itself and refused to release it. No. We already have a terrible strength, so... This is a well-decayed and nearly meatless finger bone from a humanoid of roughly your size. There's still some sort of odd ring on the finger. It's an intricate thing, sculpted with dozens of tiny ornate flanges and decorative protrusions. Pull the ring from the finger. Try as you might, you cannot remove the ring. It's almost as if the ring's sharp edges have dug into the lifeless finger itself and refused to release. You have not feeling about it, however. Remove your own finger, replace it with the finger bone. Interesting. You place the ring finger on your left hand You place the ring finger of your left hand into your mouth and close your eyes, take a deep breath, and bite down as hard as you can. There's a sickening crunch, and you are overcome with the taste and smell of blood. You spit the bloody finger out and place the rotted, spring-laden finger bone against the gushing stump. Continue. At first, nothing happens, and you are horrified at the thought of what you've just done. Suddenly, though, you feel a strange tingling sensation as bones fuse and tendons re-knit. In moments, the rotting finger bone has become a living part of your body, though it still throbs painfully. The jagged ring suddenly loosens and slips off into the palm of your hand. Ask Morty to carry your purse. Mampa's biting ring. Interesting. Cursed. +2 to armor class. It is good. It's cursed. Mampa was a mage obsessed with the possibility of having her magic items lost or burgled while she was asleep. Alright, mods. Enjoy your dinner and enjoy your lurk. No, I will eat myself. Only I will eat myself. No one else can eat me. While the vast majority of her case possessions were inseparable from her corpse and thus buried with her, some of her weaker items, early experiments perhaps, were left behind and remain in the world of the living. So we there was a remove curse scroll that we could buy if we had money, so I think we should be safe to put this on. We can remove cursed items with remove curse spell, right? Is that how it works in this game also? Okay, good. Okay, let's see. Talk to Mar about the box. I need to have a few words with Mar about the trouble he has caused by tricking me into taking that cursed box. Find a mercy for now. And we have to find a mercy. Let's go back to Pufferon. I don't remember where any of these people are, is the problem. Okay, so let's try this.
I'm gone.
What's up?
Sod.
That cannot be, you skies.
All right.
Nice. Let's try this. Ooh. The spell effects are really nice.
I'm gone.
Damn it. Damn it.
It is, yes.
My weapon is having no effect.
I feel
Nice,
stronger.
nice. So we can easily kill a Black Abishai. One more of this.
All right. gone.
Oh, okay. This one addresses you, Porphyron. As you speak, the angles in Porphyron's face relax into a series of strange curves. This one would ask, do you have the neck rope of beads that was stolen? I think so. Is this it?
Updated my journal.
This one sees what you hold. Those are the beads once missing. He takes them from you. You notice his hands have the same tracery of lines upon them as his face. This one has a question. How did you get the beads from the tree? I told a few harmless lies, then they were happy to give me the beads. I convinced them it was in their best interest to return the necklace. This one would know. One who fights with words carries a name in the order of heritage. Porphyron's face breaks into angles again. Those ones are called diplomats. It's a path without discipline and without honor. If you were a true warrior, you would learn to use every weapon at your disposal. This one bestows apologies. This one meant no offense. The angles on Porphyron's face sharpen acutely, then slowly curve into ripples. This one bestows several welcome thanks for your service, yes? It's time for... Love it, Jiolska.
New critical hits boost. Jiolska just boosted code over 2.
Thank you for the boost. You're welcome, I think. I have a question for you though. If you cannot enter combat, how did you get your warrior training? This one clarifies. The heritage may train with one when there is no anger between them. I see. Could you teach me how to use those weapons? This one could instruct you, yes, but this one warns you. With knowledge of violence comes temptation to use it. I sure hope so. This one speaks. Is it your will to leave behind your previous profession? The path of the warrior cannot be walked with an unfocused mind. No, not at this time. Farewell.
In knowing the teachings of Zerthamon, I have become stronger. My blade has changed.
Your blade has changed. I don't know what that means, but I like the sound of it.
Hey, Cutter! Come here! Come on in and sleep it off! Have a good one!
Do we have...
I hear your words.
Okay, it became +1. Memorize my additional first level mate spell. I also should still talk to my companions. Let's try killing one more without any spells.
All right. Done.
These stinkers.
Dakon is cutting it down like butter.
Give it a rest. You don't want to sleep on the streets, you get killed out here. Come on in.
At least I think it's Dakon.
Wonderful. She's luscious. She's yours for a price.
Done. All right.
Leatherhead.
My jaw. Sure, why
Ow,
not?
ow, ow. Ow.
Looks like my skills. Damn it.
Marta could probably solve the game if she wanted.
You see that?
It would be tough without being able to parry anything. More levels. Now he gained a mage level.
I'm gone.
He's using you as a glorified bag of holding.
Inside. You'll live longer. We got warm beds in here, Cutter. Come on in.
Okay, we did that one, so
I'm gone.
let's rest. Then Mar. Who was this Mar? Okay. Mars says this fellow can be found on the side this transaction.
All right. All right.
Might be on this map or the alley, maybe.
I know Dadder's today said walking ones looks like. Well, what is it?
Oddly enough, south and west of the mortuary is an alley filled with heavily armed thugs. Know anything about that? Oh, aye? Well, maybe you'd best be asking them where all stutter crutches. Enough of your lies. Tell me where fared this girl, or you'll soon number amongst the city's dead. No, we will bluff. Bar that, I have nothing more to say to you, Barkat.
Well, I've never seen what is it?
Okay.
So ugly I've not. Well, what is it? Walking
Interesting.
ones looks like.
He doesn't get offended, whatever we say. Let's try the gathering dust bar. Mar, somewhere here? No, not here.
All right.
Not here. Maybe I should just check the wiki.
Done.
I think, yeah, because it's just me not remembering. It's
I'm gone.
not like it's a puzzle waiting to be solved. Northwest, okay.
Done.
Well, I was just here though.
I'm gone.
Hey, Cutter! I got a good place for you to stay. Come inside. You'll live longer. We got warm beds in here, Cutter. Come on in.
Done.
He's gone? Oh, that's why I couldn't find him. Okay. Well, in that case...
Done.
True, yeah, I remember now.
Hey, Cutter! I got a good place for you to stay. Come inside. You live longer.
All right.
We got warm beds in here, Cutter. Come on in.
Come on, where are all the Abishais? I had some questions. I have some rat tails. I'd like to collect the bounty on them. Excellent, most excellent, claps his hand delightedly. Let me see. Turn a rat tail, collect the bounty. Aeneas hums merrily as you complete the transaction. Thank you, good sir. The City of Sigil and I appreciate your efforts on our behalf. I had 5, what? Are we supposed to turn these in one by one? What? Why? Four, 1, 1. Okay. Well, why? Because they might be useful, but I just sold them, so maybe I'll load it.
Slow Sigil day it is.
Done. All right.
Where are all the Abishai though? Oh, Amerisi, yeah. Come on. Oh, there's one.
Come on inside. Come see the funny man. He's on the spit. You'll love it.
Oh, wait. Calm yourself, I just want to talk to you. The creature speaks in a rasping hiss. His voice sounds like two rough stones being scraped together. It hisses for a few moments, its gravelly voice rising and falling. Oh, what? The creature snarls. Nothing to say to you, do I? The fiend's eyes narrow to slits. If stay, your warm blood will cover the stones. Just try it and we'll see whose blood covers the street when we are done.
Done. I'm gone.
Stinkards.
Croxing through.
I feel stronger.
Let's see. More spells. Hey, Boogie Boogie. It's a good day one roll. Really? Welcome. How are you?
I'm gone.
How did your stream go? I only could lurk during your stream. I couldn't watch. But it looked like It was going well. You see a young woman dressed in tight leather bodice. I'm like, okay, we read this. Are you by any chance Americi? She stares at you silently for a time, then speaks. I was called that once long ago. Who are you? I was sent to find you by Nod, your brother. He's worried about you and hoped I could tell him how you were. Awkwardish, your voice is horrible and your English needs some practice. Ah, I see. Well, I guess you can start... I mean, you can get used more and more to speaking as you keep streaming, right? Yeah. Well, I'm glad it went well otherwise. No technical problems. That's a great sign. So, Bogu has just started streaming Baldur's Gate Trilogy at the maximum difficulty with SCS and Ascension. I think not Iron Man though, right? It's softcore, not hardcore. So, if you like that, you should pay a visit to his channel. Are you planning to stream any other games after you finish that one? And exactly, best of luck. I hope it goes well. I will try to at least lurk as much as I can and hopefully watch, actually watch too, the next time you stream. Not? He's alive. Where? Why didn't he come to seek me out himself? I think he's ashamed. He's a collector now, living in poverty in Rackpicker Square. He doesn't seem quite right. In the head, I mean.
Updated my journal.
Aye, he was a bit touched, even as a child, when his name was Todus. Oh, I missed him so. Ashamed though? Ah, me honor is no more proud. Ah, well, at least I'm doing well for myself. For a hiver at any rate, I must visit him soon. She looks at you closely for the first time since you've spoken. Are you a friend, Nuts, or? Of a sort, yes. Why? You'll be seeing how smoothly you can fit streaming into the rest of your life and at what place you are going to be once you're done. I understand, yeah. Obviously, you don't have to make big decisions for future. Hopefully it all goes well. Of a sort, yes. Why? Could you... She frowns, biting her lip as if considering something. Could you give this to him? She steps close to you and offers a pouch of what looks to be about 100 copper commons. Yes, I swear I'll get it to him.
Updated my journal.
She hands you the pouch. I thank you. Go speak to Nod for me and tell him how I worry about him so.
Your sound card works perfectly.
You're very welcome, Bogu. And thank you for the shout out pairwise to Bogu. And thank you so much for the follow, Frogneko. I hope you're enjoying the stream. And welcome to the channel. Okay, so we've got Americi. We cannot find Mar. This is the main quest. This is going to be done at the upper wards. This is also... These two are also main quests. Right, so we are fine with all of those. There are three things that are in my mind before continuing the main quests. One is killing more Abishai for experience. Two, we need to talk to Dakan and Marte again at length to see if any new dialogue choices appeared. And three, I suspect that some new dialogue options might have opened up with the NPCs that we have already spoken to around the hive. Obviously, I'm not going to be talking again to everybody, but I wonder if I should try and talk to a few of them.
I'm gone.
Okay, let's kill this one.
I'm gone.
What's up? Filthy stinkards.
Die. All right.
Hey, Nebu!
New critical hits boost.
Nebuka.
Nebuka just boosted Fallout 2.
Hey,
New critical
Southwest.
hits boost. Nebuka just boosted Bloodlines.
Let's do the boosts. Bloodlines, KOTOR, Fallout.
New critical hits boost. Nebuka just boosted KOTOR 2.
What did I do? Fallout, KOTOR, Bloodlines. Thank you for the boost, Nebuka. Welcome. Nebuka, this is for day 1 of the new Evilometer season, season 2. So why don't you roll? You might discover a new character. We have all these new characters. We have a total of 160 now.
Ultimately, I will prevail, and a new era will be born unto the realm.
Heck yeah, and fitting too. Sarawak, is it new? I don't remember if it was in season 1. I think it was not. I think it's new. That nice one. Okay, this goes here. Oh,
critical
GG
hits
boost, sure.
Zav just boosted NWN.
How are you, Nebu? It's great to see you. How's your day?
New critical hits boost.
Bloodlines.
Zav just boosted Bloodlines. New critical hits boost.
Very nice.
Zav just boosted Icewind Dale.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Thank you, Nebu. Thank you, GG. You are just waiting for your 29 points. Sure, 3 minutes. Then you can boost twice.
All right.
What did I do?
I'm gone. All right.
Wait, did Litany of Curses not work?
All right.
Okay, now it worked. Wait, it didn't work. I'm getting wrecked. What are you doing?
Done.
What are you doing?
All right.
Damn it. Did you see that?
Nice. Parrot, what are you going to do with your points? You have 57,000. I need to find a way for you to spend them. You know, you are not even the worst. There are a few viewers who are like regular lurkers, but they barely speak up in chat and they don't boost. And they have over 120,000 points. It's crazy. I should find a way for them to want to spend them, right?
Rock sings true.
Banana, you have 31,000.
New critical hits boost.
I don't remember if you boosted at all.
Casual.
New critical hits
Let's
boost.
see.
Parrotwise just boosted Disco Elysium.
You haven't boosted at all, Banana. Why don't you? You lurk pretty regularly. Oh. Well, thank you.
New
You never
critical
think to
hits
boost.
Parrotwise just
Well, if you ever
boosted Fallout
feel
2.
if you ever feel like you want to see me play a certain game, you can feel free to use your points. So Diablo, Disco and Fallout. Fallout and Disco. Nice, thank you, Parrots. Honestly, you'll be happy watching whatever I play. Thank you, thank you. That makes me happy to hear you say that. But then again, if you ever want to see a certain game, feel free to back it. It's like a minigame, you know? It's like some sort of interaction. No pressure, of course. If you don't want to take part, then you obviously don't have to. Okay, let's go to rack pickers.
All right.
Why was I here? To see Nods. Nod is here. Someone comes, speaks Nod, speaks Nod. Okay. I spoke to your sister, Amarisi. You did? Not so happy he is. How is Nod's sister? Tell him of Amarisi. Tell Nod, please. This wasn't the voice I was making for Nod. I don't remember what it was though. His excitement says of a long series of hacking coughs. When he can finally speak again, he asks. Is Nod's sister still pretty? So pretty? Yes, she is. She's a servant now. At a tavern in the Hive. She's doing well and is worried for you. Let's lie. Not so pleased to know his sister is alright. He looks as if he's going to cry for a moment, then swallows hard. Anything more, she said for Nod to hears? Yes, she wanted you to have these copper commons. She will also visit you as soon as she can find the time. I have to nod. Not so pleased to know his sister's alright. This is the voice acting. You have to keep nodding.
Updated my journal.
Nod's head stops nodding abruptly and his jaw drops as you hand him the 100 coins. Beneath the dark brown hood, his eyes gleam with joy. Such wonderful news. It is good, wonderful news. Aye. Nod thanks ye. And thanks ye again, and thanks ye 1,000 times more. Aye. Glad I could help. Farewell, Nod. Prob
New
wines.
critical hits boost. Bogu_Bogu just boosted prob wines.
Prob
New critical
wines.
hits boost. Bogu_Bogu just boosted golfing.
What golfing? What the heck? You keep finding weirder and weirder names. Welcome back, VF. Welcome back. It's good to have you back. Thank you for the boost, Bogu. They are getting more and more difficult to understand. Thankfully, you are boosting the same game, so I can make an educated guess. Hey, Next.
New critical hits boost.
Hello, Next.
NIXED242 just boosted Temple of Elemental Evil.
How are you? It's great to see you. Happy Wednesday. And thank you for the boosts. I think this is your first boost, right? It is. So a new person. Wait. 49th person. If someone else, if another new, if another viewer was to become a new booster, we would have 50, which would be some sort of, I don't know, achievement. It's great to see you next. Welcome. Been lurking while working. Great. Enjoy your lurk and work. Good luck with your work. QP will be happy to know that someone else is boosting Temple of Elemental Evil. I don't know where he is, by the way, today. That's weird. He's usually around here. Okay, let's rest. So she said come back when we are a higher level, right? Let's sell these. Oh, look at all those spells. I thought we would only have to buy this. QB is hiding. Oh, I should have guessed. Okay, so we have tons of spells now. Well, Magic Missile, we have to get Magic Missile, right? Because it's Magic Missile. I have to farm a lot of money now. I don't know how to farm a lot of money in this game. Okay, let's see. one by one. Can keep those. We don't have a third level. Oh, remove cards is level 4. Circle 4 spell. Okay. It's getting tougher to level up. 10,000, so we need 30,000 to level up. Let's say. We need to kill 5 more Abishai to hit level 6 mage and come back to where we were with the fighter. I don't know how easy it would be to find 5 Abishai. I'm not sure if they are respawning constantly. Maybe they respawn over time. Basilisks, I wish. Basilisks in BG1 is crazy. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to talk to Marte, then I'm going to take a break, then we are going to, after the break, talk to Dakin and go after the main quest.
Oh, it's you!
Hey,
Go
QP!
away.
QP is here. QP, don't go away, QP. Stay. Thanks for the lurk. Have you boosted today? I mean, you at least usually boost, so... Anyway, don't worry about me. I didn't mean to...
Hey, what's eating you, Chief?
I didn't mean to call you to talk and chat. You don't have to. But it's great to see you, so... So what is new? This is not new. Can you tell me a little about Sigil? Sigil is a ring-shaped city that's squatting on top of an infinite spire in what some claim to be the center of all planes. I think we talked about this with... We did talk about this with Marte. Marte, I don't mind you taking along, but is there anything else you can do except chatter? Hey, chat me best rates! He rattles his teeth for a moment, then grins. Hey. Oh, that's good to hear. No, but seriously, Chief, I got a knack for chattering in just the right way. I can really bend an ear. If you know what I'm saying, I got insults, backtalk, stuff that'll curl someone's ears into their skull, you know? Okay, we have also talked about this. What do you think we should do next? Well, here's how I see things. I think you should try and root out this ferret wherever he's set up keep. You wouldn't have had those directions tattooed on your back if he didn't have some inkling of what was up with you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is new. You said you're a Mimir, right, Marte? Yeah, Mimir's a floating encyclopedia. You put information in, you get information out. I see. I had some other questions. How'd you die, Marte? No idea, Chief. I kinda forgot when I died. Can't say I blame myself much. At least there was something waiting for me after I died. Even if it's alive as a floating skull, I mean, it could have been worse. What happened to your body? I don't know, alright. It's just gone. Marte glares at you. But don't think I miss it, because I'm happy just the way I am, and I don't need your help with judgments or snide remarks, alright? I see. Whatever, let's go. Come on, shake a leg. Shake a leg. Waka waka waka. Marte glares at you. I'm not convinced you aren't some sort of walking curse that's destined to follow me around. Look who's talking, let's go. No, don't crash. Come on. These enhanced edition Infinite Engine games, they always crash randomly. It was the same with Baldur's Gate 1, same with Baldur's Gate 2. Now Planescape Torment. I bet when we get to play Icewind Dale, it's going to crash there too.
All right.
Hey, what's eating you, Chief?
Alright, so what I will do is I will take a quick break. Be a few minutes, so enjoy the clips while I'm away, then we will continue the game. See you soon. Basila is telling them, hey, I have met this amazingly talented, force-sensitive gal called Mithril. She's going to make a great addition to our Jedi team. She'll be here shortly, don't worry. She's probably busy, you know, taking side quests and stuff. Your sandwich fell buttered down on your keywords. What? Why didn't you glue a cat to the other side?
Have you seen a young woman with a Latin guy?
Maybe. I don't know.
What do you mean, maybe I don't know?
I have...
Hey, are you alright? Oh no, he's dead! He behaved so strangely when I asked about Nico.
I know,
and
he
Khan.
died. That's so strange. He must have been guilty of something. Alright, let it be known in all history books that we won because I was amazing and I played amazingly. I was a tactical genius, and Christoph is very strong because I built the character in an amazing way, because I'm amazing, and not because cheesing or due to the bugs at all. No, sir.
I could use some help.
I wish to summon a horde to overrun my enemies. Well, it's going to be a horde of rabbits or something. I wish that magic would fail to affect me or my party. Well, that might... Okay, let's try this. What? It was actually rabbits! What the heck? I should have picked up the heal option. I am back. I just got an email from Steam saying Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is 50% discounted. Maybe I should finally grab it. It's still kinda expensive, but I think 50% is a good deal. I just might. Or maybe I will wait a little more.
Welcome back.
We have not even played the first one yet, right? So I think I have time to grab it. I'll think about it. Alright, let's continue. Buy that 49%. Alright, I will wait a little bit more for the extra 1% discount. Dakon turns to... Dakon or Dakon? How would you say his name? Dakon turns to you, his eyes like polished coal. His blade mirrors his eyes for a moment as you address him. Then he nods. What is your will? There are things I would know, Dakon. I will hear you. Dakon. Dakon. I don't know how to read that. I would say I don't have weird symbols like you do in my language, but then again, I do. So that doesn't work. Darkcon? Sure, that works. I had some questions about the Gitzerai. I think we talked about all of this. Yeah, we have... Crack on. Let's see. Sarai, knowing. What is that? Blade Gitzerai language. I had some questions about Gitzerai language. Dakon waits. Can you teach me the ways in which your people speak? No. that the speech of the people has its foundation in history. All things are a story to us, metaphor is a tool, and an inspiration to the strength. Now, when we speak of Thoric's table, we remember that Thoric was noted for his hospitality and goodwill. When we speak of Selkant's heart, we recall the lecherous and cruel nature of Selkant. I understand. Will you teach me?
Updated my journal.
Hey! Dakon teaches you some of the common forms of speech. A wise man is said to have wrote the Book of the Anarchs. Well, to accuse another of treason is to remember Wilcar's eye. It is said of generous people that their cupboards are bare. Common greetings include Hail, Swordringer, and Zarchai's kin bow to you, to which one should respond, and the traveler is pleased. Dakon is a skilled teacher. After his instruction, you feel capable of exchanging proper greetings with other Gitzerai. Thanks, Dakon. There are other things I would know. I wanted to ask you about our travels. What can you tell me about the city of Sigil? It's known by the name Sigil. Among the people, it is known as the city that does not know itself. Okay, we have also spoken about this. Can I talk to you about your teachings? Dakon waits. I wish to give up my current profession and resume the study of weapon crafts. No. Can you teach me anything of the art, Dakon? Know that the way of the people is not the same as the art you have come to know. It's not the energy that gives strength, it is knowing the self that gives strength. The teachings of Zartumon speak of such things. Will you teach me the way of Zartumon, Dakon? Do you know what you have asked? The texture of Dakon's blade flows until it becomes a stone. To walk the path of Zartumon, you must know of the people. The knowing of such things by one not of the people is a difficult matter. There are those not of the people who have heard the way of Zartumon, but they do not know the way. Dakon, I want to know of the people and know of Zartumon's teachings. I believe there is wisdom to be learned in such things.
Updated my journal.
Know that I have heard your words and I shall test them. To learn, you must know the people. To know the people, you must know the unbroken circle of Zartumon. It's the item. Dakon holds up the stone disc in his possession and his spider-like fingers hook up to its sides. There's a click, and the plates of the circle slide into a new configuration. He reverses the motion, sealing the stone. No, the first circle of Zartumon is open to you. Study it, then I will hear your words. I will read the first circle then. In the meantime, I had other things I would know. Very well, I will examine it. Speak with you again. This small round stone is the unbroken circle of Zartumon. It is made up of a series of interlocking circles that fold out from one another. The complexity of the plates and the intricacy of their links prove the text was constructed by a master artisan. We vampire.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted T.
T is temple.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted K.
Back to the old favorites, eh? That's good. Thank you for the boost, QP. Wasteland, Wasteland, and Wasteland. No Kotor, yeah. No, not Kingdom, but Kotor? Do you mean that, QP? Yes, Kotor. Yes, Kotor. You are confusing me. So I am removing the boost from Kingdom, adding it to Kotor. Is this fine? Is this okay? Is this what you wanted? Kotor. Is it no Kotor or yes Kotor? Alright, we've had enough. Odor. Corridor. Unlock the first plate as Dakon showed you. You mirror the motions that Dakon made upon the circle and the plates give way at your touch. the ring sliding into a new configuration. Upon the rings are a series of symbols. The script is like no writing you have ever seen. It's a series of interlocking geometries with circles predominating. Just looking at it, you know the symbols and know you can read them. Read the first circle of Zartimon. Know that we are the first people. Once all was chaos, the first people were taught drawn from chaos. When the first people came to know themselves, they were chaos no longer and became flesh. With their thoughts and knowing of matter, the people shaped the first world and dwelt there within their knowing to sustain them. Yet the flesh was new to the people, and with it, the people came not to know themselves. The flesh gave rise to new thoughts, greed and hates, pains and joys, jealousies and doubts. All of these fed on each other, and the minds of the people were divided. In their division, the people were punished. The emotions of the flesh were strong, the greed and hates, the pains and joys, the jealousies and doubts. All of these served as a guiding stone to enemies. In becoming flesh, the first people became enslaved to those who knew flesh only as tools for their will. No, these beasts were the Illitids. The Illitids were a race that had come not to know themselves. They had learned how to make other races not know themselves. By eating their brains. That's one way to say. They were the tentacled ones. They lived in flesh and saw flesh as tools for their will. Their blood was as water, and they shared minds with their thoughts. When the Illitids came upon the people were a people no more. The people became slaves. The Illitids took the people from the first world and brought them to the false worlds. As the people labored upon the false worlds, the Illitids taught them the way of the flesh. Through them, the people came to know loss, they came to know suffering, they came to know death, both of the body and the mind. They came to know what it is to be the herd of another and have their flesh consumed. They came to know the horror of being made to feel joy in such things. The unbroken circle is the knowing of how the people lost themselves and how they came to know themselves again. Slide the plates closed and seal the circle.
What is your will?
Alright, Banana. I will see you next time, hopefully. Enjoy the lurk and good luck with your meeting. I have read the Unbroken Circle of Zartimon. I want to speak to you more about the way of Zartimon. What did you come to know? Strength lies in knowing oneself. I learned that once someone does not know themselves, they are lost. They become a tool for others.
Updated my journal.
You have come to know the first circle of Zartimon. You not only see the words of Zartimon, you have come to know them. Dakgon holds up the circle and hooks his fingers around the edges. There's a click, and the plates of the circle slide into a new configuration. He reverses the motion, sealing the stone. Know the second circle of Zartimon is open to you. Study it, then I will hear your words. Unlock the second circle of Zartimon. You slide the plates into the configuration Dakgon showed you, and a new ring is revealed. The ring carries the same script as you read before, with the same geometries. You know the symbols and know you can read them. Read the second circle of Zartimon. Know that flesh cannot mark steel. Know that steel may mark flesh. In knowing this, Zartimon became free. Know that the tentacled ones were of flesh. They relied on the flesh and used it as tools for their will. Of the places where places served their will was the fields of husks on the false worlds of the Illitids. The fields were where the bodies of the people were cast after the Illitids has consumed their brains. When the brain had been devoured, the husks came to be fertilizer to grow the poison-stemmed grasses of the Illitids. Zartimon worked the fields with no knowing of himself or what he had become. He was a tool of flesh, and the flesh was content. It was upon these fields that Zartimon came to know the scripture of steel. During one of the turnings, as Zartimon tilled the fields with his hands, he came across a husk whose brain remained within it. It had not been used as food, yet it was dead. The thought that one of the husks had died a death without serving as food for the elitists was a thought Zartimon had difficulty understanding. From that thought came a desire to know what had happened to the husk. The riddle of steel. Maybe. Embedded in the skull of the husk was a steel blade. It had pierced the bone. Zartimon realized that that was what had killed the husk. Steel had marked the flesh, but the flesh had not marked the steel. Zartimon took the blade and studied its surface. In it, he saw his reflection. It was in the reflection of steel that Zartimon first knew himself. Its edge was sharp, its will the wearer's. It was the blade that would come to be raised against Gith when Zartimon made the pronouncement of two skies. Zartimon kept the blade for many turnings, and many were the thoughts he had about it. He used it in the fields to aid his work. In using it, he thought about how it was not used. The elitists were powerful. Zartimon had believed there was nothing that they did not know. Yet the elitists never carried tools of steel. They only used flesh as tools. Everything was done through flesh. For the tentacled ones were made of flesh, and they knew flesh. Yet steel was superior to flesh. When the blade had killed the husk, it was the flesh that had been the weaker than the steel. Zartimon studied the blade. It was then that Zartimon came to know that flesh yielded to steel. In knowing that, he came to know that steel was stronger than the elitists. Steel became the scripture of people. Know that steel is the scripture by which the people came to know freedom. Slide the place closer and seal the circle.
What is your will?
Hey Geronimus. Hi Chadamitral. For you the unlocking of the circles is so incredibly well written, and for you the best part of this game. I don't remember this at all from my previous playthrough, and I'm already amazed with it. Let's see what will follow up. It's really great so far. Welcome, it's great to see you. How are you today? I have read The Unbroken Circle of Zartimon. I want to speak to you more about the way of Zartimon. What did you come to know? Let's see. I learned that not knowing something can be a tool, just like flesh and steel. If upon encountering it, you attempt to know its nature and how it came to be. You have seen the words and you have seen beyond them. You have come to know the second circle of Zartimon. He takes the circle and with a death motion he twists one of the links so one of the plates slides forth, but strangely enough the stone still appears intact. He hands the plate to you. Meditate upon this teaching, and the knowing of it shall give you strength. When you have absorbed it, you shall know more. Very well, I will study this circle. Yet I will still know more of Zartimon's teachings. 630, you rolled one of the new special characters. That's amazing. You rolled Hazlik, the Dark Lord of Hazlan. So it's a Dark Lord in Ravenloft. Like Strahd, you know, Strahd von Zarovich is the most well-known one, Dark Lord of Barovia, and Hazlik is the Dark Lord of Hazlan, another domain where Red Wizards rule. It's amazing. Good job. Special character first day. Amazing. You have seen the words and you have seen beyond them. You have come to know the second circle of Zartimon. He takes the circle and with a death motion he twists one of the links so one of the plates slides forth. But strangely enough, it stands. Okay, we read this. Very well, I will study this circle, yet I will still know more of Zartimon's teachings. Exactly, yes. Nice one. Dakon's fingers feel around the edges of the stone circle and he twists it clockwise, the links clicking until they have settled into a new configuration. He then reverses the motion, resetting the stone. The next circle of Zartimon is open to you. Study it, then I will hear your words. Second circle of Zartimon. Allows the user to copy scripture of steel. Okay. Unlock the third circle of Zartimon. You slide the place into the configuration that Khan showed you, and a new ring is revealed. The ring carries the same script as you read before, with the same geometries. You know the symbols, and now you can read them. What? You sell kebab least good. What is the reference to? I don't see you there. Zartamon labored many turnings for the elated Arlathi, twice deceased, and his partnership in the cavernous heavens of the false worlds. His duties would have broken the backs of many others, but Zartamon labored on, suffering torment and exhaustion. It came to pass that the elated Arlathi, twice deceased, ordered Zartamon before him in his many-veined Galeria. He claimed that Zartimon had committed slights of obstinance and cowardice against his partnership. The claim had no weight of truth, for Arlathi only wished to know if flames raged within Zartimon's heart. He wished to know if Zartimon's heart was one of a slave or a rebel. Legion Grey is not the new #1 most evil weaver. That's true, yeah. That's what the least good, least good weaver. It sounds bad when you say least good, but when you say most evil, it sounds hell yeah. Continue reading the symbols. Zartamon surrendered to the elated punishment rather than reveal his newfound strength. He knew that were he to show the hatred in his heart. Okay, this is the second time we see Rakonot today. If he knew that were he to show the hatred in his heart, it would serve nothing, and it would harm others that felt as he. He chose to endure the punishment and was placed within the pillars of silence, so he might suffer for returning. The good is small. Lashed upon the pillars, Zartamon moved his mind to a place where pain could not reach, leaving his body behind. He lasted a turning, and when he was brought before Arlathi, twice deceased, he gave gratitude for his punishment to the elated, as was custom. In so doing, he proved himself a slave in the elated eyes, while his heart remained free. Finish reading the symbols. By enduring and quenching the fires of his hatred, he allowed Arlathi, twice deceased, to think him weak. When the time of the rising came, Arlathi was the first one of the elated to know death by Zartamon's hand and die a third death.
What is your will?
I have read. Okay. What did you come to know? Ooh, endure. In enduring, grow strong. That is one of Dakon's lines. The words you speak seem to strike Dakon strangely. As you speak them, his forehead creases, then resettles into the normal passive expression. Your will has brought you the knowing of the third circle of Zartamon. With this knowing, I impart this to you. He takes the circle and with it, with a deft motion, he twists one of the links so one of the plates slides forth. He hands the plate to you. Meditate upon his teachings, and the knowing of it shall give you strength. Very well, I will study the circle. Is there more you can teach me? As you ask the words, you suddenly notice that Dakon isn't looking at you. He is holding the unbroken circle in his hand, studying it. His blade has taken on the same texture as the unbroken circle, and Dakon suddenly seems older somehow. Dakon? Dakon's black eyes rise from the circle and looks at you. Know that I did not believe you would come to know the teachings of the circle. It is a difficult path you will walk in learning the way of Zartamon. Is your mind focused on this matter? Yes, I wish to learn more. Dakon fingers feel around the edges of the stone circle, and he twisted clockwise, the links clicking until they have settled into a new configuration. He then reverses the motion, resetting the stone. The next circle of Zartamon is open to you. Study it, then I will hear your words. Submerge the wheel. Okay, this is another first circle spell.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Unlock the fourth circle of Zertzmon. You slide the place into the configuration that Khan showed you, and a new ring is revealed. The ring carries the same script as you read before, with the same geometries. You know the symbols, and know that you can read them. Know that the rising of the people against the illicit
New
was a
channel
thing built
SFX
upon minutes
request
and
by
turnings of labor.
Parrotwise.
Endure? That's a good one, yeah. I don't know how it would be used during a stream, but it's a good one, so we will add it. Many of the people were gathered and taught in secret the ways of defeating their illiterate masters. They were taught to shield their minds and use them as weapons. They were taught the scripture of steel, and most importantly, they were given the knowing of freedom. Some of the people learned the nature of freedom and took it into their hearts. The knowing gave them strength. Others feared freedom and kept silence. But there were those that knew freedom and knew slavery, and it was their choice that the people remained chained. One of these was Vilquar. Vilquar saw no freedom in the rising, but opportunity. He saw that the illiterate had spawned across many of the false worlds. Their worlds numbered so many that their vision was turned only outwards, to all they did not already touch. Vilquar's eyes saw that much took place that the illiterate did not see. To the rising, the illiterate were blinded. Vilquar came before his master, the illiterate Bob. The illiterate Zigitaris. With the knowing of the rising, Vilquar added to his chains and ordered to be their eyes against the rising. In exchange, Vilquar asked that he be rewarded for his service. The illiterate agreed to this contract. At the bonding of the contract, a dark time occurred. Many were the betrayals Vilquar committed, and many were the people that the illiterates fed upon to stem the rising. It seemed that the rising would die before it could occur, and the illiterate were pleased with Vilquar's eye. It was near the end of this dark time when Zertzmon came to know Vilquar's treacheries. In knowing Vilquar's eye, Zertzmon forced the rising to silence itself, so that Vilquar might think at last his treacheries had succeeded, and the rising had fallen. He knew that Vilquar's eye was filled only with the reward he had been promised. He would see what he wished to see. It's pronounced... yeah, it's pronounced Bob. That's what I said. With great beating in his heart, Vilquar came upon the illiterate Zigitaris and spoke to his master of his success. He said that the rising had fallen, and the illiterates were safe to turn their eyes outward once more. He praised their wisdom in using Vilquar's eyes, and he asked them for his reward. In his great blindness, Vilquar had forgotten the knowing of why the people had sought freedom. He had lost the knowing of what slavery meant. He had forgotten what his illiterate masters saw when they looked upon him. And so Vilquar's betrayal of the people was ended with another betrayal. Vilquar came to know that when Vilquar's eye had nothing left to see, Vilquar's eye was useless. The illiterate gave to Vilquar his reward, opening the cavity of his skull and devouring his brain. Vilquar's corpse was cast upon the field of husks, so its blood might water the poison-stamped grasses.
What is your will?
What did you come to know? When one chooses to see only what is before them, they see only a part of the whole. They are blind, and just as Vilquar was blinded by his promised reward, so were the illiterates blinded to the true rising. For when they heard Vilquar's words, they turned their sight outwards again, didn't they? And the rising was free to strike. Know that you speak truly. Vilquar's eye blinded both Vilquar and the illiterates. The tentacled ones thought the rising to be no more. When the rising occurred, the ground drank deep of the illiterate blood. So was victory born from treachery. It is a curious lesson. Why would it be part of the teachings of Zertzmon? Dakon's blade bleeds into a dead night black, and his voice deepens. For a moment, you think he's angry, but you're not so sure. There is much about the way of Zertzmon and his path that is difficult to know. Do you know why Vilquar's eye is part of the way of Zertzmon? It is part of the telling of how our people came to know freedom. It lets us know that there are those, even among the people, who are not of the people, and that even in the greatest treachery, a greater knowing may be achieved. Very well. You have come to know the fourth circle of Zartimon. He takes the circle and with a death motion he twists one of the links so one of the plates slides forth. He hands the plate to you. Meditate upon his teachings, and the knowing of it shall give you strength. I would know more of the way of Zartimon. Dakon's fingers feel around the edges of the stone circle and he twists it clockwise, the links clicking until they have settled into a new configuration. He then reverses the motion, resetting the stone. The next circle of Zartimon is open to you. Study it, then I will hear your words. Vilcoar's Eye. What is that? Branded upon the one who is foolish enough to cross the caster. Cast short-sightedness becomes the target's vision. -1. Oh, okay, blindness. Very good. Good spell. Although I don't really like single target spells that much. So I guess we will now learn Reign of Anger. It's most good, exactly. Okay. Unlock the fifth circle of Zartimon. You slide the place into the configuration Dakon showed you and a new ring is revealed. The ring carries the same script as you read before, with the same geometries. You know the symbols and know you can read them. Zartimon was the first to know the way of freedom, yet it was not that first came to know the way of rebellion. The knowing of rebellion came to the warrior queen Gith, one of the people. She had served the Illitids upon many of the false worlds as a soldier, and she had come to know war and carried it in her heart. She had come to know how others might be organized to subjugate others. She knew the paths of power, and she knew the art of taking from the conquerors the weapons by which they could be defeated. Her mind was focused, and both her will and her blade were as one. Work computer is restarting. You can say hi. Hi! Hi! Hello! It's good to see you for a bit. The turning in which Zartimon came to know Gith, Zartimon ceased to know himself. Her words were as fires lit in the hearts of all who heard her. In hearing her words, he wished to know war. He knew not what afflicted him, but he knew he wished to join his blade to Gith. He wished to give his hate expression, and share his pain with the Illithid. It's going great. We are in a part where there's some seriously great writing, and it's the Zartimon's teachings, some of lore regarding Dakon's religion. And we have switched to the mage class. We are learning some Dakon spells, some of Dakon's spells through the teaching. So it's really great material to read. Really enjoying it. Isn't that the whole game? That's true. The whole game is like this, but some parts are exceptionally good, you know? Some parts are great, some parts are greater. Continue reading the symbols. Gith was one of the people, but her knowing of herself was greater than any Zartimon that had ever encountered. She knew the ways of flesh, she knew the Illithids, and in knowing herself, she was to know how to defeat them in battle. The strength of her knowing was so great that all those that walked her path came to know themselves. No worries at all, no worries. Finish reading the symbols. Gith was but one. Her strength was such that it caused others to know their strength, and Zartimon laid his steel at her feet.
What is your will?
What did you come to know? There is great strength in numbers, but there is great power in one, for the strength of the will of one may gather numbers to it. There is strength not only in knowing the self, but knowing how to bring it forth in others. You have come to know the fifth circle of Zartimon. With this knowing, I impart this to you. He takes the circle and with a death motion he twists one of the links so one of the plates slides forth. He hands the plate to you. Meditate upon its teachings, and knowing of it shall give you strength. I would know more of way of Zartimon. Dakon's fingers feel around the edges of the stone circle, and he twists clockwise, the links clicking, until they have settled into a new configuration. He then reverses the motion, resetting the stone.
Exquisite.
Hey, Baldur's Gate nerd with a high roll again. And a new character, Malgaro. Hey, it's great to see you. How are you today, Baldur's Gate nerd? In the meantime, I will read the next circle. Okay, very well. At time, let's see.
Behold, my long silence is now broken, and I am made whole once more.
Perfect!
Greetings, sire.
The cat is the Overmind. Of course it is the Overmind. And another new character from StarCraft, no less. Power of One. So we got Power of One. Why didn't we get Reign of Anger? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We didn't get Reign of Anger. That's interesting.
I hear your words.
Unlock the 6th circle of Zartimon. You slide the plates into the configuration Dakon showed you and a new ring is revealed. The ring carries the same script as you read before, with the same geometries, you know the symbols, and no, you can read them. Read the 6th circle of Zartimon. Upon the blasted plains, Zartimon told Gith there cannot be two skies. In the wake of his words came war. Upon the blasted plains, the people had achieved victory over their illiterate masters. They knew freedom. Yet before the green fires had died from the battlefield, Gith spoke of continuing the war. Many, still filled with the bloodlust in their hearts, agreed with her. She spoke of not merely defeating the illiterates, but destroying all illiterates across all plains. Across the plains. After the illiterates had been exterminated, they would bring war to all other races they encountered. In Gith's heart, fires raged. She lived in war, and in war she knew herself. All that her eyes saw, she wanted to conquer. Zartimon spoke the beginning of that which was against Gith's will. He spoke that the people already knew freedom. Now they should know themselves again and mend the damage that had been done to the people. Behind his words were many other hearts of the people who were weary of the war against the illiterate. Know that Gith's heart was not Zartimon's heart on this matter. She said that the war would continue, the illiterate would be destroyed, their flesh would be no more. Then the people would claim the false worlds as their own. Gith told Zartimon that they would be under the same sky in this matter. The words were like bared steel. From Zartimon came the pronouncement of the two skies. In the wake of his words came war. War. War never changes.
What is your will?
What did you come to know? I know that Zartimon's devotion to the people was such that he was willing to protect them from themselves. He knew the illiterates had come not to know themselves in their obsession with control and domination, so he chose to stop Gith before she carried the people to their deaths. There must be balance in all things, or else the self will not hold. You have seen the words and know them. Gain 2 items. You have seen the words and know them. Dakon's voice slows, and his hands grip the edges of the unbroken circle. He twists clockwise, and there's a click as 2 plates slide forth. Dakon stares at 2 plates in his hand. He makes no move to hand them to you. Dakon, is the 2nd plate for you? Dakon falls silent. His blade has ceased shimmering, the film freezing upon his surface. He's staring at the 2nd plate, paralyzed. Do you know the 6th circle? Dakon looks up, but his cold black eyes do not meet your gaze. No, there is nothing more I may teach you. You know the way as the people know it, and it shall give you the direction by which you may know yourself. That's not what I asked. Do you know the 6th circle or not? Dakon is silent for a moment, then speaks, his voice slow and careful. It has come to pass that I do not know the 6th circle of Zartimon. Once I knew it, but I know now I only saw the words. Dakon's eyes stare through you. That is all. It's my path that I no longer know the way of Zartimon. Dakon, there is one other thing I would know. Why is Vilquar's eye in the circle of Zartimon? It seems strange. It tells of how the people benefited from a treachery from their own, it seems. Dakon's eyes flash. I have told you it is part of the telling of how the people came to know freedom. Do you not listen? His voice flattens, as if he is reciting a passage from memory. It tells the people that even in the greatest treachery, a greater knowing may be achieved. It doesn't sound to me like you believe that. I think there's another reason Vilquar's eye is in the circle of Zartamon. It is set there because of the sixth circle and the pronouncement of two skies. It's there to justify Zartamon's treachery to the people upon the blasted plains. Ooh, interesting. Dakon is silent, and his blade bleeds into a dead black, teeth rippling along the edge. He divided the people upon the blasted plains, Dakon. He divided your race when they were on the path of victory. I would like to believe that it was because he wished to save the people from themselves, but I don't think you believe that. Dakon is silent for a moment, then he speaks slowly. I do not know the sixth circle as it's known to others. I fear that the third circle, the fourth circle, and the sixth circle are more closely linked than many know. It is in that knowing that I have lost myself. In the third circle, Zartamon submerged his will to deceive the Illitids. Then in the fourth circle, it speaks of the benefits of treachery. Then in the sixth circle, Zartamon divides his people before they exterminate the Illitids. Do you think Zartamon's words may not have been his own? Know my words, and know the wound that lies upon my heart. I fear that when Zartamon was upon the Pillars of Silence, he did not submerge his will. I fear his will was taken from him by the Illitids, and when he spoke upon the Blasted Plains, it was their words he spoke. I fear that what he did was not for the people's sake, but for our former masters. It's possible, but no, it doesn't necessarily mean that he
Updated my journal.
Then know this and speak of it no more. Dakon's voice is like a knife. Know that I shall never know the truth. There is no resolution to this matter, for I shall never know Zartamon's heart upon the Blasted Plains. His cold black eyes glare at the stone circle in his hand, and so I do not know myself because of the unbroken circle of Zartamon. Very well, Dakon, we'll discuss this no more. Let's move on.
I feel stronger.
Wow. That's crazy. That's very good. Balance in all things. Let's see. From the separation of the people came the knowing of two skies. From the knowing of two skies came the realization that hurting others hurts oneself. The spell only affects the caster whenever the caster is attacked while the spell is in effect. All hostile creatures within a 10-foot radius take equal damage. Oh, interesting. It lasts for one attack per 4 levels of the caster, and the effects are not cumulative. You cannot have more than one balanced spell erected. Wouldn't it be great against cranium rats, no matter how many of them there are? Like, big groups of weak creatures, I think this would work very well. Let's see if we can talk to Dakon about more of this. I have read the Unbroken Circle of Zartamon. I want to speak to you. Is there more? Examine the plate, see if you can puzzle out any new combinations. Heck yeah, we could! As you examine the rings of the second circle, you find a strange link in the plate that mentions the laboring of the Gith people to achieve the rising. A new circle emerges from the link, and you unlock it, pulling the plate forth so you can study it. Read the symbols. Know that the rising of the people against the Illithid was a thing built upon many turnings. Many were the people who lived and died under Time's blade while the rising was shaped. The rising was shaped upon a slow foundation. Steel was gathered so that it might mark Illithid flesh. A means of knowing the movements of the Illithids was established. At first weak and confused, then stronger, like a child finding its voice. When the movements were known, then the entities were observed. In observing them, their ways of the mind were known. When the ways of the illithid were known, many of the people were gathered and taught in secret the means to shield their minds and the way to harness their will as weapons. They were taught the scripture of steel, and most importantly, they were given the knowing of freedom. These things were not learned quickly. Knowing of much of the ways was slow, and in all these things, time's weight fell upon all. From the knowing of one's reflection in a steel blade, to the knowing of submerging the will, to the knowing of seeing itself, all of these things and more the people built upon. In time, they came to know the whole. It certainly is Barrett. There was a seventh circle within the stone of Zartamon. It spoke of the building of rebellion against the illithids. Dakon falls silent. What does this seventh circle speak of? It speaks of time as an ally, not as an enemy. It says that patience can sharpen even the smallest of efforts into a weapon that can strike the heart of an empire. Your victories may be small, but over time, a greater victory may be achieved. Dakon is silent for a moment. Will you make the circle known to me? Take the unbroken circle of Zartamon and unlock the seventh circle. As you take the circle and twist the links, two plates slide from the interior into your hands. You have no idea where they came from, but the unbroken circle still seems intact. The seventh circle remains. Dakon watches you silently. There are two plates here. Perhaps we should both slide them, you and I. Dakon is silent for a moment. There is much you have come to know of the circle, and your knowing carries a greater weight than mine. Dakon matches your gaze. Know that your path is mine, and it shall come to pass that as you knew the way of Zartamon from me, I shall know the way of Zartamon from you. Very well, Dakon. Let's move on. How do turns have table chats? Now we are teaching Dakon. Missile of Patience. Where is it? Wait. What? What? Oh. Could the spell be any more useless? Cried Ilnek, Mage of Amnar. The bane of mages everywhere? Could this be the practical job of an archmage, or living disproof of the old prime material axiom that good things come to those who wait? What? Are we supposed to... How does it work? I want to test that. Oh, okay, we are done. We are actually done.
What is your will?
Okay. That was great. A ragged middle-aged collector approaches as you enter the area. He quickly looks you over, then sneers, don't know you. I don't believe I've made your acquaintance either. The collector continues to glare at you. I'm looking for a man named Farad. What you're looking for is not concern of mine, Bark, he spits. What is concerning me is that you're still breathing in my presence. If you don't let me pass, Collector, one of us is going to the mortuary and it won't be me. Hey, Board Game Heaven. Hello, hello.
Hey.
It's great to see you. How are you today? Welcome in. We want to be persistent, but not aggressive. Collecting bodies before they are dead sounds like a really good way to meet the lady. You seem to talk some sense into the collector as he turns away from you. Watch your back, Cutter. Monster will talk to you with their blade before their bond box, and if you stay much longer, I'll be doing the same. As you approach the collector, he gives you a look of distrust. No more words, Cutter. You'll find them hard to barter with in these parts. The collector draws a knife from his pocket. I'm afraid your corpse is your only hard currency. I don't think so. Okay, so we didn't have to kill him, but he asked for it, so we are going to kill them all.
Damn it. The Karak sings true.
Done. All right.
Is this better than what we are? No. How are you today, Ray? How has your Wednesday been? All good, I hope. I'm also good, thank you. Great, actually. Really enjoying this game. Also, we just started the second season of the Evilometer. So all the ranks are reset, and we have a lot of new characters. Why don't you try rolling one?
Remember, the Force is your
Qui-Gon
ally.
Jinn. Another Star Wars character. It is one of the new ones though, so... Okay, let's see. One of the good characters.
Damn it. You see that?
Oh. What? Where are they coming from? What? There are so many of them.
New
Hey.
critical hits boost. Board Game Heaven just boosted Dungeon Siege. New critical hits boost. Board Game Heaven just
Ow.
boosted Revenant.
Damn it. You see that?
Give me a moment. Slatto. I won't keep it.
New
Alright.
critical hits boost.
Dungeon fee.
Board Game Heaven just boosted Menzo Biranzan. Take your time.
Dungeon Siege. I almost said Dungeon Siege. The Dungeon Siege. Revenants. And Menzo Biranzan. Very cool. Thank you for the boosts.
Done.
I don't remember Menzo Biranzan that well. Is it one of those games that does not do any auto mapping for you? Is it one of those games where I will need to use my pad and pencil and make my own map? If that's the case, I must just download the maps from the internet. I am not as patient as Rig. I cannot draw my own maps, honestly. Let's see. An automapper. Oh, is that a thing? I didn't know. If I mean, I don't know how it would work. So does it map for you as you play the game? Interesting. I should look up for them. Thank you. I did not know they existed. DC would know. Okay. If I cannot find any information, I will ask him for sure. No.
All right.
I shall serve. I shall serve.
What's up?
I'm gone.
What the heck? Come here.
Sure, why not? Damn it.
I'm gone.
You see that?
Why did we have to commit genocide of the trash-worn people? You know what your problem is? You're red. Exactly. Is that something I said in Baldur's Gate? I think it was, right? You know what? We should start a quotes thing. That's exactly true, though. They are red. Oh, these are not red. See, they are not red. We are fine. We can be friends. Hello. The seed-looking thug reeks of trouble. Greetings. The man looks you over and spits at your feet. What? Looking for a fight, are you? No, I had some questions. Blue Bat saw it cause you got a fight. The man draws a long-bladed knife. Fight. See, now they are reds. Now they are in trouble. They were fine. Now they are not fine.
Rock sings true.
Hmm, 5 floor skill, 1 intelligence. Let's do this. High quality stiletto. It's still much worse than Bone Dagger. But maybe we can sell it. This should be here. Can I? I cannot move that. Why don't we do something like this? Give everything to Dakon. The unbroken circle of Boo. Well, Boo is much worse. Much worse. Boo would be here. Like, take up your quick action. Quick item belt slot. At least this is in inventory. Is there... okay. Let's check here again. This looks like it was part of some more permanent structure, perhaps very discerning trash. Was there another portal here, or was it just here? The first one we found. Oh wait, I missed here. Bish. As you enter the room, a large heavyset man gets up from his chair and approaches you. "Hello there, name's Bish. Who might you be?" "I have no name." "What? You mean you don't have a name? You just come back from stick swimming, you little sod?" You notice Bish slowly moving his hand towards his weapon. "Or are you just not telling me? Hiding something, methinks?" "Look, I'm telling you the truth. I don't know my name." Bish throws his hands up in the air in frustration. "Forget it, Bark. Not important anymore, anyhow." He shakes his head back and forth. "More important is what you're doing down here." "I was told I could find Farad around these parts." Bish eyes you suspiciously. "Farad usually feels mean on visitors, and I don't recall the likes of you being mentioned." He quickly glances you over before giving an apathetic shrug. You don't look like anything the guards couldn't handle. I'm with you." Okay, so if this is where Farad is, that means that portal is the extra part. Hence, we go there first. Can we rest? Ooh. One, two, three.
Did you see that?
Oof. No. Okay, let's load.
Done.
Do I even spells left? I don't. I think this should be enough.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
What's up? Yeah?
Ignoring teachings of Zertumon, I have become longer. What? That's not the line at all. What are you talking about?
I'm gone.
Hey, look at these. Silver frame. Sadistic frame invokes Pain Mirror. I don't think I will ever use it. I don't even know what Pain Mirror is. Prick the Club. Only usable by thieves. It's not enchanted, but it has a Tycho of +2. Causes confusion. Alright. We can keep this for an eventual
enchantment
thief. This is for sale then. Because I bought one.
I'm hurt. I'm gone.
Okay, why? What's wrong? Are you okay? Oh, it was a trap. Did I forget to lose some coins there? Did I? Yes, I did. Thank you. The trash in this room has piled up in such a way as to form a pocket within the trash mountain. I most definitely had forgotten.
I'm gone.
Let me test something. Yeah, this is not like Baldur's Gate. I don't have to like drink the potion, unpause the game, wait for the potion to be actually drunk. It's not like that. I can just keep using them. Which makes it kind of... the turn system kind of pointless, right? I can heal in a flash during a fight. In before loud sound. I don't think bandages make sound. I think it's the charms. You see Bish standing to his post as you approach. He glances your way and nods. Hello. Be on your way and quickly. I kinda wanted to kill them.
I'm gone.
What's our XP like? Oh, wait, when did we hit level 6? We are almost level 7. That's crazy. PG has the OMG all the buffs have expired. That's true. And it's terrible. It's very annoying. Okay, what is this? Queen's Poison Charm. Special cures poison. Sure. I have way too much. I don't know why I'm keeping this. Okay, let's put this here. OMG. 100 pens at once. I don't know. It didn't make any sounds. Let's try. Well, not 100, but 11. Let's see if it makes any sort of sound. Yep, it did. You were right.
I'm gone.
And it was loud. You were right about that too. For science though, right?
I'm gone.
Science!
Would we need this outside of healing, like the mortuary quests? I might have to look up. Actually, can someone just tell me if I need needle and thread for any purpose other than healing? Can I just safely use it, or should I keep one? You see a blackish woman dressed in a heavy burlap robe. She lumbers about the room, her joints popping as she bends over to pick up objects from the various tables. Her hair is bound back from her head with a bone hairpin, and she has a sour, curt-faced expression. She's mumbling to herself in a sing-song voice. Just healing. Alright. Thank you. Greetings. The woman doesn't appear to hear you. Instead, she stumbles back to one of the long tables and begins picking at one of the corpses. Come on now, she clicks her teeth. Don't be all difficult on Marta. He's being difficult, isn't he, Marta? Yes, yes he is. Watch what she's doing. From what you can see, it looks like she's digging teeth out of the corpse's mouth, with only her hands and fingernails. When that doesn't work, she pulls out a splintered wooden chisel and a mallet and whacks at the gums until the shoot snaps free, then puts it in a bag at her waist. What are you doing? Martha leaps away from the corpse, startled, and gives a piercing shriek. Ah! She catches her breath, then hisses angrily at the corpse on the table. If that you were not, you might have said something earlier, false corpse, nasty corpse, yes? Else you no shame. Throw voice. You are the one who should be shamed, knocking out my teeth like that. Have you no respect for the dead? Ah! Martha puts her hands on her lips and puffs off indignantly. Likes you cared for your teeth, all rotted and scored and syrup brown. Wonder days hadn't pulled out of your bond box. She scratches her head. Isn't that right, Martha? I all rot and gone there. Throw voice. Ooh, you will be punished for your evil teeth taking, Martha. I shall haunt you until the end of your days. Ah, you hear this, Martha, do yous? Martha's face scrunches up like a wrong rag. I hears it, Martha, I hears it. With a grunt, she starts pounding the corpse with her fist, making meat to wax with every hit. Haunt me, will ya? Take this and this. Throw voice. Ooh, stop, stop. I will haunt you no longer. Forgive me. Damnable debtors. Martha takes a deep breath and lets the chisel fall to her side. That's more like it, eh, Martha? Yes, yes, corpse quiet, yes. I'm the one who spoke, not the corpse. Martha squints and turns. Eh? How'd you get over there so fast? She mumbles to herself. Martha, how did she do that? No glimmer, no glimmer. Is Grey Base blind and near deaf? Martha is still mumbling to herself about something about corpses and gratitude, which you don't quite catch. Who are you?
Updated my journal.
Martha, did this one ask whose I was? He did. She starts humming. Nobody but mine. I'm Martha. Martha the seamstress. Martha the seamstress. Martha the seamstress. She turns away, back to the corpse, singing her name to herself. What are you doing? Martha turns back to the corpse with a huff. I'm trying to guess this bird to give up his stitches and his titties. His titties? And he isn't recuperating, no. She wags her finger, as if lecturing a small child. Stubborn as stone, isn't he, Martha? She pouts. Yes, he is. Stitches and teethies? What are you talking about? Gotta pull the stitches out, then teethies. Hey, Martha, please don't pull your teethies out, Martha. Hey, Martha, perhaps you could give me a hand? I have been giving you a hand, old Batty. No need to take that on with me. Pulling out the stitches and teethies, yes? And the thing is inside. Thing is inside. I think she means organs. I hope she means organs. Thingies. Martha turns to Martha. Yes, thingies. He then turns to you. It's all semantics. Martha, why are you pulling out the corpse's teeth and stitches?
Updated my journal.
Put them aside, Martha. That's what I does here. She scratches her head. Aye, Martha, we do. Stitches red and teethies are precious. Can be turned into jink. Strip the corpses we bring here, they tell Martha. Pull out the teethies, stitches, thingies inside the corpse. Strip them cold, and we'll sell them to the dusties. You look for things inside the corpse? Can you dig around in my body for anything? Okay, that is an interesting request, but who am I to judge, right? Martha squints at you. Then nods. Martha can do that. Can't you, Martha? Yes, you can. I'm not going to watch this. Where? Martha is studying you as if looking for the best place to crack you open. Let's try this. Suck. Do you have teethy? Teethy for my bunghole? What? Let's try the stomach, shall we? You lie upon the table and Martha stands over you, a rusty knife at the ready. There's a stabbing pain as she slices into your abdomen, then cuts brutally downwards in a saw-like motion, exposing your innards. Despite the pain, you watch in morbid fascination as she lifts off your stomach. Watch. Your vision slowly returns. You see Martha standing over you, shaking her head. Nothing found, eh, Martha? She shakes her head. No, nothing, Marta. No luck. Should we try again? How about my ribcage? You lie upon the table, and Marta stands over you, a chisel and mallet at the ready. There's a sharp crack, and she splits your ribcage open. And you choke back your screams as she begins to fish in your lungs. As you try to gasp for air, you go numb, then black out from the pain. Fall into darkness. Your vision slowly returns to see Marta standing over you, shaking her head. Nothing found, eh, Marta? Check the intestines. Anything could be lodged in there. Okay, this might be bad. You lie upon the table, and Marta stands over you, a rusty knife at the ready. There's a stabbing pain as she slices into your abdomen, then cuts brutally downwards. Didn't you already cut before? Why did you have to cut again? Did you sew it up already? Despite the pain, you watch in silent morbid fascination as she flounders your organs, humming to herself. Ah, there's a wrench. Oh, I'm sorry, I completely misunderstood that. Ah, there's a wrenching pain as Marta lifts up the ropey mass of your intestines, blood and other fluids streaming from it. Look at this, Marta. Look at this. I see cut here, cut there. Marta makes a small deft incision in the side of one of the intestines, and you hear a ting as something small and metallic strikes the floor. Maud has returned. Hello. Welcome.
Updated my journal.
Marta then dumps the soupy mass back into your torso, then reaches down, picks up the object. A ring it appears, and she flicks it to you. Pretty, eh, Marta? She nods. Yes, Marta, one shouldn't swallow such a thing. No. Thanks. Was there anything else? Marta shakes her head. Nothing more nothing, eh, Marta? Should we try someplace else, Marta? Crack open my skull if you would. Why not at this point? You lie upon the table, and the last thing you see is Marta standing over you, chisel and mallet at the ready. There's a sharp crack, and you scream as everything goes black.
Updated my journal.
Your vision slowly returns to see Marta standing over you, shaking her head. Nothing found. No, I had no other questions. Wait, I had some other questions. Okay. Suddenly we are fine. Can I rest here? Marta nods. Marta home. Marta sleep here. You can sleep. It's you wants, yes. I don't think Marta have a problem. Does you, Marta? She shakes her head. No, Marta. I doesn't if you doesn't. Very well. That was weird, okay. Oh, why didn't you put these back in? I might need them, right? Twisted ring. +1 to armor class. Can use them as a rope. I don't know. I guess I have already regenerated new intestines. Leatherhead's home, okay.
All right.
Isn't that Texas Chainsaw Massacre serial killer Leatherface? Massacre, not massacre.
Done.
You can't string the arm.
Sings true.
Did you see that?
Radine. You see a woman with a lined face in drab clothing. Her eyes are far away, and there seems to be a new vitality rising up under her skin, as if she'd been given a new life. There's a patterned tattoo around her neck. She starts when you speak to her. Hey, what do you want? I just wanted to ask you some questions. Mayhap I got answers for you, and mayhap I don't. Tell me about that tattoo. This skirmy thing, it's an identifying number. It's my number, gave to me by a kind man who saw me called without the protection of numbers to back me up. Now I got it, and I'm happier than I've been before. Interesting. How does it work? Safety in numbers, and with safety comes warmth, and with warmth comes comfort. Numbers can do it all for you, dearie, as long as you respect their power. Tell me about this place. The buried village? Nice enough place, I suppose, if you don't mind the stench of corpses being torn open, garbage heaped on the roof, and the constant scurrying of rats around here. Much colder with only a name and no number to protect you, that's for sure. Tell me about your name. Me? I got 2 names now, and I'll show you only one. Don't want you stealing my new one. Hehe. You can call me Radine, pet, and I'll hold this other name tied to myself, I will. 2 names, eh? Must be nice to have them. Aye, puppet, it is. Wait, is the perfect material to string a T-Orbo's human intestines? Is that the historical best practice? Accepted and all?
Done.
I don't know. We were talking about human intestines and you said those evil, ugly things, Maud. How dare you? You see a haggard woman, her care-lined face showing every scar the years have left upon her. Her eyes are knowing and tired, and she sniffles as she speaks. What is it you're wanting from me? Just the answers to some questions. Go on, what did you want to know? Who are you? Who am I? She laughs bitterly. Might as well ask for a grain of sand's name cutter, because that's about as important as I am. Tiana's intestines are a renewable... That is true. It's true. You're a T-Orbo expert. Oh, okay. Alright. Now with the threats, huh? Well, consider me intimidated, Maud. I shan't question you further. That's an uplifting viewpoint. I had some questions. What are you doing? What am I doing? Why, just trying to eke out a hard-scrabble life under Rackpicker's Square and steering clear of those who put me here in the first place. That's what I'm doing. Thanks. Farewell.
Done. I'm gone. I'm gone.
This looks like old gatehouse wall. This looks like the correct path.
Done.
Just more generic NPCs. Although even the generic NPCs have specifically written dialogue in this game. Well, mostly. You could hold both ends of your intestines together, would they merge and make it higher? Maybe. Well, if I could do that, probably not. But if the Nameless one did that, it's... I mean, I can imagine that happening, yeah. The sour-faced middle-aged man starts when you approach him and reaches for his belt. Finding no weapon there, he simply backs away from you. You can see that beneath his collector's robes, his lower legs and forearms are swathed in filth-encrusted bandages. What you want? Just the answers to some questions. He nods, but says nothing. Who are you? Name's Zuhir, so it is, he spits, as if it mattered down here. What are you doing? Waiting for my wounds to heal up, so as I can make another run down below. I suss the stuff I find down there. Down below? He nods his head. Down in the catacombs where all the deaders is. Say, you going down there in time? Perhaps, why? Because I lost my lucky knife. He grunts angrily, stomping his foot. He's been with me for years, right here. He points to an empty sheath on his belt. So what's happened to it? I was poking around in the catacombs below and ran smack into a ghoul. Must have been a straggler, cause there's usually more than one. He bit at me face, so I covered up with my arms and stabbed it in the eyes. It dropped and bit at me leg for a while before I shake the piker off and made it back up here. Quite a story. I'll bring back your knife if I see it down there.
Updated my journal.
Feel like we're elaborating some sort of anatomical term of this finger to your bone to yourself. But yeah, I'd be grateful, so I would. It's got me name carved into the handle. I'm glad to help. Before I go, let me ask some questions. You're covered in bandages. What's happened to you? I haven't been hydrating much today. Well, I got beat up a bit by a ghoul down below while I was looking about for stuff to sell on. I see. Farewell. Literally. Punch daggers, okay. Fighter and thief. Not usable by mages. You haven't been there. Maybe that is where. Wait. I missed you.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
So maybe this is the catacombs, and this is where, yes, exactly, it's even marked. So
I'm gone.
I don't know which one I want to do first. Probably Ferret. He might perhaps send us to catacombs. Quince. Wait, where do I remember that name from? Do I remember that name from somewhere? I don't know. You see a short, fat-faced man who is covered in filth and grime. He smells bad and his teeth are rotten. He wheezes as he looks you up and down and says, "I'm Quince, you knew?" Who wants to know? He just said he's Quince. Me, hey? You knew? Yes. He looks at you suspiciously. You still not trading, eh? Yes. His eyes narrow even further. Dealing, eh? With me? Or everybody bark? Which, eh? With everyone. His face turns bright red. Back off, Burke. Get. This keeps mine. I got first claims. You got no claim. I'll have Ferret got you like a fish. Ferret said I could trade you. Simmer down, I'll just trade with you. Some of the color leaves his face. Alright, eh? He wipes sweat from his brow. You want to trade, eh? Yes, let's trade. I'm remembering quintessential pandemonium. Yes! Quintessential pandemonium. You know, that's almost as good as quiescent pandemonium. Hmm. 2-5. 1-4. Angleless eye. Is this a charm? Like, is this a one-time use item, or can we actually equip this? They are probably charms. I wish it was mentioned somewhere. Oh, however, when inserted into an empty eye socket facing inwards, its power awakens. This is a charm though, right? I guess. So one use. One armor class versus missile, -1 versus crushing, detect traps, Thaco 1. Wait, I thought we had... Didn't we take out our eye and put this in? Put a new eye in, that's the smoldering corpse bar. I guess it didn't change. Let's see how this works.
Don't want to part with that.
Okay. Is this even good? Good to have? Worth the money spent? Probably not. I'll skip it. I will buy spell scrolls instead. This is why Mortis Portrait shows eyes. Oh, wait. What? No, you cannot put eyes in Morte. Your nameless one discarded. It would be very cool if that actually worked. If you could put that eye in Morte's eye sockets, it would actually be very good. But it doesn't work, right? Let's make sure. No.
I can't. I don't want that. 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 I don't want that.
Okay. I.
Done. I'm gone.
You say ragged man. Okay, this is also generic. Let's go. No. I saw
Done.
hotspots.
Done.
Hey, we are rich.
Done.
Okay, let's see. What's this? Oh, Kuyin. You see a drab man with a perfectly moon-shaped face. He looks at you without expression and does not speak. He looks as though his voice would be as flat as a meadow. Greetings, I was hoping you could answer a few questions for me. What do you wish to know? Tell me of yourself. I once lived in a land of metal machines and doors that opened to the world. I dream of the pristine metal cities and the empty shells that are our people. I had a number and a name there, and now I have neither. Like all my kind, they are all I have. They are all I have had of my own all my life. They were stolen from me. Without them, I am nothing. I request your aid. Who has your name and number?
Updated my journal.
The one who used to be Rodine. She stole them from me. I offered her the shelter of my name and number, and she stole them from me. They are mine lawfully and by right. Find her. She's in this village. I'll see what I can do. Answer some other questions for me. Tell me of this place. I know nothing of it. I do not know this place. I have no name. I have no number. I have no memory of this place. I am cold. I am scared. This is strange. To be so naked. I fear I will die. What do you mean? He said the same thing. Tell me of Sigil. I know nothing of it. I do not know this place. I have no... Okay. Farewell. He heard enough. Radine? Give me back that number. This woman has returned to her faraway stare, but her mind has not wandered as far this time. She is not nearly as startled by you. You again, eh? Are you Radin? The man whose name you took wants it back now. Her voice grows shrill. Well, you can't have him. He offered them to me, and I kept them. He never said nothing about no loan of them. He never said he needed them back. He ain't getting them. You can go tell him so. He really needs a name, and you tell him he can have mine. Name's Radin should be good enough for anyone. It wasn't good enough for you. Why should it suffice for him? It's a world of differences between growing up in a name and having someone else's theory, and your attitude behind an old name can change it all. See what I've done with this one? Very well. I'll talk to him about it. Farewell. Interesting. Have you located the woman with my name and number? She will tell you she won the name from me, but she did not. She stole it. I require my name and number. She's in the village somewhere. I have. She doesn't want to give it up. He pales for a moment. She must. They are mine. She stole them from me. I request resistance. You're getting it. I require assistance. Any assistance you can give me will be remembered with gratitude. Please help. What? We cannot even suggest that he uses the name Radin. She looks blankly as you return, then shakes herself out of her daze. As she does, the tattoo around her neck squirms. You again, Ekata. I tell you I won't give you the name or number back. Tell you what, using this name and numbers increased me fortunes. I'll pay good money for it, and he can buy himself a nice new one. How's that? I don't think they'll cut it. Give me the name and number. How about I buy it from you? She looks at you as if you're mad. Are you totally barmy? Of course I won't sell my name. Why not? Because it's my name, Burke. You don't sell your name. Just give me the name and number, okay. Well, we can intimidate her, but I guess we can do that later too. Fine, I'll go check with him. The despondent man looks up to you, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, yet he speaks as emotionlessly as ever. Has she given you my name and number? She has offered money, has she not? I cannot leave. Money means nothing without a name. Get me my name. Has she given it? Don't forget 011. She has offered money for them. No money can buy a new name. No amount can buy a number. You're in a scant consolation for identity. Surely you can understand. Yes, I can. I'll do what I can. Farewell. I'm back. This is a lot of fun, running back and forth. Her face crumples as she sees you again. As he has refused again, hasn't he? And sure you come to take back what's rightfully mine? You don't need a number to live, he does. Even if it hurts you, you have to give it up. It will be better for both of you in the long run. I suppose you're right. I've been a bad person. Sure I have. And I can't keep this. Here. She pulls the rippling tattoo from her around her neck and hands it to you. She shivers as she does so. Now you can tell him his name now. And you can tell him his name now. He was and will be Ku-Yin. Now let me go. Here's some drink for your trouble. Buy something to keep you warm. My thanks, Kata. She pockets the money, looking more drab by the moment as the magic of the tattoo leaves her. It would be best for me to be leaving here then. And with the aid of the Jingu you gave me, mayhap we'll meet again under happier circumstances for the both of us. Aye, farewell, Radin. The number of Ku-Yin, not usable by chaotic characters, protection from chaotic characters. We can put it on. Oh, we can steal the name. How about that? It's mine now, Ku-Yin. Has she given it? Yes, she has. May I have them? Yes, your name is Ku-Yin. Take your number. I thank you for my name and number. Yes, Ku-Yin, yes, but no. I now realize I no longer require the number here. I will find myself a new number, if necessary. I give you my old number. I can help you. It's a mantle of law. It's protection. Do you accept it? Only if you are not going to ask for it again. Like when you change your minds in a day. Yes. Let it warm you. Trust it in. It will protect you. Farewell. Farewell.
Updated I feel stronger.
Oh, we got it anyway. Okay. And level 7 mage. We should get +1 intelligence gained from specialization bonus. Amazing. So we can raise wisdom and we can take this off. We should still have 25, right? So this is +2. Yes. Exactly. Let's drop this needle and thread. I need to keep this because next time I gain an attribute bonus. Yeah. I will switch it with this one.
All right.
Nice. This is all going very well in terms of character progression. Let's see if we can even enter the catacombs. You see a massive human dressed in cast-off patchwork clothing and reeking of all tail. He is truly huge. It's obvious he was chosen for this job for his brawn, not his brains. What do you want? What lies beyond the gate? The guard looks at you for a moment and sneers. Your mother's bed chambers. We got to keep the gate down cause the traffic was getting to be too much, you know? He roars with laughter. Pike off before you join the debtors down below. Just answer some more questions for me. What do you want this time? Who are you? None of your damn business, frankly. Pike off. What are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing? Washing your underclothes? Get out of here, you stupid Burke. I'd like to go down there. The guard glances at you, then shakes his head. Yeah, we are all just begging to go down there. Look, you're definitely in from around here. Pike off. Fine. What if we go anyway? It's locked. So if we kill them, we probably could go, but I feel like we will be allowed to go after we talk to Farad. Farad-wise.
Done.
Save game.
Save game? Sure. Before you is an elderly man leaning heavily upon a crutch. His left leg is twisted, as if he tried to walk 2 directions at once and paid the price. His maggoty colored skin is bunched heavily upon his skull and is flecked with liver spots. He's mumbling and smacking his lips as his eyes make a circuit of the room. Greetings.
Updated my journal.
Aha! The man's eyes light up as he hears your voice. This isn't my steady crop of gin come from Farah's waiting arms again. Greetings, corpse. Gotta go pump some iron, have a nice stream and buy chats. Alright, good luck with pumping the iron, and I will see you next time, hopefully, Bogo Bogo. It was great to have you here as always. See you next time. Yes, Farad, I returned. Are the arrangements all in order? Sound as stone they are. My collectors have done as you asked, to the word. He leans heavily against the crutch, causing it to creak dangerously. Hey, not so much luck to be had with the bubble, however. Did you perchance know where it is below? Would it be such a help? It would. Indulge me, Farad. What did I ask your collectors to do again? Oh, okay. We cannot keep up the ruse. And you are going to watch a movie with the wife. Some new releases on Netflix. Alright, Power Gamer. Enjoy the movies with the wife. And thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure as always. Hopefully see you next time. So when we say this, he will realize we have lost our memories again. When we say any of these. Indulge me, Farad. What did I ask our collectors to do again? Farad wraps his crutch against the flagstones and he rocks back on his heels. Just what you said. He licks his lips. Be sure to keep you safe if they find you. Make sure you get shipped to the mortuary, all that rot. He looks at you, almost worried. Why? Someone turned stag on my word? Up you somewhere you not meaning to be? No. What was that bubble you mentioned? The Sphere, corpse, the Sphere, have you... Parrot's voice is desperate, pleading like a beggar. Then he stops and composes himself. No matter. I'll find it, no matter. No, but answer me this. How was I to get out of the mortuary once I was left there? Parrot chuckles softly, then scratches himself. Ah, corpse, you said not about getting you out of that hall. You were so pig-eager to get in. It seemed to me you'd make the arrangements for giving the Dusties the laugh once we slipped you in. Hope we were square on that score. Indulge me, Farad. What did I ask? Okay, we asked this. What was that bubble you mentioned? We asked that too. What were you saying about the jaunt to the mortuary? Ah, yes, Farad nods. The mortuary, Dusty's and all. His voice drops, and his fingers twitch nervously on his crotch. Are we square, corpse? Something the matter. What's happening? It's the same dialogue looping. Never mind, friend, I must take my leave. Okay, so when we say this, we get stuck in a loop of dialogue. That does not really help us much, but I think these will take us further. Farad, I have come for information. I've been told that you know something about me. Know something about you? The light in Farad's eyes dims. He studies you, mumbling slightly as his eyes flicker up and down your frame. Corpse. No? Yes? His eyes meet yours. Ah, no. Look closely. Do you know who I am? Say my name, Farad. Farad studying you with a dead-even gaze. This isn't the Mummers Fair, Corpse. No time for games, no time for Farad to play the wheel. What are you asking such questions for? Truth. I've forgotten myself and I was told to seek you out, that you would know something of me. I need answers, Farad. I was told you could provide them. Eh? Farad licks his lips. They make a rasping sound, like dry parchment on sand. Now, who told you such a thing, Corpse? Who needed to tell me such a thing? Are you not, Farad? Ah, so little said, so much told. Farad falls silent, and suddenly you have a feeling that Farad is dissecting you, like a corpse on a mortuary slab. I know much you would know. Much, yes, much indeed. Farad smiles slowly, the folds of flesh on his face peeling back like a curtain. What do you know of me? Farad licks his lips, then settles himself upon his crotch like a vulture. No, not really, the question you ask. His pasty white hands tap the edge of his crotch. Much I can tell you, but the telling has a cost. Go on, Farad. Farad taps the flagstones with his crotch and sneers. This village is not all that lies buried beneath Ragbicker's Square. Yes? Chambers, walls, corridors filled with the dead, all asleep in their coffins. Somewhere in those halls, somewhere there, lies something misplaced, something mine. What is it? A small thing, a trinket, such a trifle. As Farad speaks, his words start echoing as if two people were speaking. You know you heard them before from your own lips. It's a sphere made of bronze, ugly, feels like an egg to the touch, and it smells of rotten custard. Am I right? Parrot falls deathly silent for a moment, then nods. Yes? How much do you hide from me, corpse? He chuckles. Did you return to see if I remember what it is I want? Do you know where this sphere is? Parrot sighs like shifting sand. And why do you suppose I ask you to look for it, corpse? I do not know where it is. I know it's buried deep, far deeper than any villager has ever gone. Parrot. How do you say that word? Parrot. It may be in the catacombs where the waters run deep, deep. Why don't you get one of your collectors to search for it? Because the corridors need no more that from this village. Parrot tisks. Strong, fast, clever. These are qualities my villagers do not have. They go below, they do not return. Parrot glanced at you. Perhaps the dead will welcome their own, That is what I think, corpse. Bob? Yes. Very well, I'll do it, but I want to know what I'm buying with this trinket. There's a lot of knowing rattling around in my brain box, corpse. He holds up a withered finger. One of them is this bit of wisdom: everyone wants something, whether they know it or not. There is much I know about you, much that you would want to know. Very well, I will see about finding this. Okay, can we bluff? Maybe you should tell me what you know, Ferret, or I'll pen your name in the dead book with your blood. Ferret's next words are delivered as if he has had a chance to memorize them. Then, what I know will die with me, corpse. It'll become as ash should I die. Nothing for you. Very well, I will see about finding this sphere for you in exchange for what you know. Very well, a deal struck, a deal made. Farad cracks his crutch sharply against the flagstones. A sphere for a peek inside my brain box. Now, corpse, there is no time to waste. Go to the gate at the south and east and tell those slumbering fools to open it for you. Make haste, make haste. Hold a moment, I had some other questions for you before I leave.
Updated my journal.
Then ask. Farad smacks his crutch on the cobbles as a passing sentence. Come, come, corpse. Time's short and so is my patience. We are so sorry, you've been really bad we were lately. You have to go. Mod, that's no problem. Why do you even worry about such stuff? If you have to go, you go. If you cannot come, you don't come and watch. That's no worries at all. Please. It's perfectly fine. Thank you for being here how much ever you can. And hopefully I will see you again. It was great having you. Don't trouble yourself about that. Still, it's important that you feel comfortable too. Okay, I once heard the tale of a man named Farad, a king of rags. Farad's left eye widens, though you can't tell whether he's doing it or whether the folds of skin are just peeling back. That's so. Sigil be a burg of tales it is, but any tale involving Farad can't be one these ears wouldn't want to hear. He looks at you with mock suspicion, then grins. Become a tale teller, have you, corpse? The tale is a strange one. It tells of a man of position and wealth who had everything, then discovered he had nothing. Farah's grin freezes on his face, and his eyes take on a strange, fiery gleam. Are you certain you wish to tell the tale, corpse? Maybe you won't like how it ends, eh? You'll be a burb of tales, yeah? This man was such a liar, a cheat, and that he twisted himself into a corner. He discovered that when death would come for him, it would take him to a terrible place. Farah's grin dies, and he licks his lips. He looks frightened. He was determined to await such a fate, so he desperately looked for a way out of it. He would cheat fate as he cheated others. Farah's face twists, as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. He found an answer, or he found a place to look for the answer. He was told to search the trash of Sigil for that which would let him escape his fate. Now, Farad, perhaps you can tell me how the story ends. Ferret's face breaks into a snarl. It has no ending. Not for I. You watch as blood fills his features. Now a tale do I have for you, corpse. Very well. Ferret's finger lashes out at you, bent like a herder's crook. A corpse comes to Ferret's court, ripe with stench and promises, claiming he would find that which Ferret needed. But what does he bring? Nothing. Promises broken, corpse. Do you deny it? Say that you do, for it means that you lied to me, and I will die because of it. I'm searching for it, Ferret. When I find it, I will bring it. No promises have been broken. Lies that lead to the death of another are the blackest thing. Ferret taps his crotch, wheezing slightly. You'd best keep your word, corpse, else the plains will grind you like a miller's wheel. I heard you have found a wealth of bodies, Ferret. Where'd they come from? Does a mage tell the secrets of his craft? Actually, yeah. Old Mabeth told every secret, and we are now a mage. So it is with the collector. Ferret frowns, studying you. Perhaps I will tell you, but you must promise that it is for your ears only. What I hear is for my ears only. If we wow, then when we break the promise for the quest, it's going to cost us some good alignment probably. But if we lie, it is going to cost us some alignment anyway. When I say costs us alignments, I'm trying to play a good playthrough, so these are evil actions that would lower our goodness. Let's wow. What I hear is for my ears only.
Updated my journal.
Very well. Ferret taps the flagstones with his crutch and sneers. This village is not all that lies buried beneath Rackpicker's Square. Go on. Chambers, vaults, corridors. Okay, so we already learned this. Where'd all those that come from? Ferret affixes you with a lopsided stare. Corpse. Everything dies. Life is so short, but death lasts for so very, very long. Many people, many deaths. His stare travels past you. Such a waste for their deaths to be useless in a dusty's arms, eh? What do you mean?
Updated my journal.
Ferret smiles greedily. Not all the dead that goes to the mortuary gate is fed to the furnace corpse. The dusties bury some of their dead in the city's bowels, under the village, so near, so close. It's such a place, I would have been a fool not to see opportunities. So you rob the catacombs of the dead the dustman placed there, sell them back to the dustman, and they bury them again? Ferret nods, then chuckles slightly. The sound is like shifting sand. These catacombs are as deep as a dusty's pockets. And as deep as the greed of man. Oh yes, Ferret sneers. And the greed of man is something that shall always be counted upon when naught else is left, eh? Very clever, Ferret. I had some other questions. What is this place? Ferret's eyes roll in his sockets, scanning across the ceiling, walls, and then the floor. This here is Illwind Court, not a name of my choosing, thank you kindly, and the keep outside this court is Buried Village Corpse. What is the Buried Village? Well now, there's a story. Ferret licks his lips again, then shrugs. But to tell true, the story bores me. The short of it, it's a place of the hive that got bricked over one day. A piece of sigil got penned in the dead book. What do you mean? You know them floating goatherds that circulated them debuses? Dabas? Well, no matter if you do or not, they go all around fixing, breaking, burying, building all the time. Do you follow? Yes, go on. Well, as the chant goes, and a dusty chant it is too, being so old, them dabuses, I don't know how to pronounce, just damn well bricked over a section of the hive one day and all bodies just forget about it. Dump a lot of trash on it, and soon nobody even knows it's there. Ferret smiles. Wicked, no? A piece of sigil all forgotten. How did you find it? Ferret tisks. I still have my eyes, corpse, and I still have my ears, and when you have enough sense to tie the two together, then finding the dark of any matter is not as hard as some make it out to be. Ferret rubs his filthy cloak. Now, was there something else you wanted to pick my brain box about? You didn't come just to hear about this record, did you? When you greeted me, you said something about taking me on a jaunt to the mortuary. What did you mean? You tell me, corpse. Perhaps the dusties that live there are martyr-like than some sweet-bosomed wench. Ferret taps his scratch on the floor, the clacking echoing throughout the cords. Most forgiving of the dusties to let you stride in and out of there as you please, considering you don't have the decency to stay in the dead book. I wanted to get into the mortuary, but why?
Updated my journal.
Ferret scoffs. Corpse, you are so bent to get in there. Now you spill that you don't even know why you so wanted in there in the first place? Sometimes it's a wonder why the planes turn. Never mind. No questions. Okay, so that is all the dialogue. It's okay. Well, let's go to the catacombs. Honestly, I might end here. I don't think it's a good idea to start the catacombs, a dungeon, no doubt. So late. Let's go to the entrance though first. What you want this time? Ferret gave me his leave to go down to the catacombs. I need you to open the gate. He swings open the gates, then gets going bark and don't waste our time. Farewell. Oh, cranium rat at the very beginning. What is this? Yeah, let's make a save first.
All right.
Interesting. Okay. Time to end. And time to find someone to rate. Let's see who is streaming. Joe is streaming Command and Conquer. We could go there. Yeah. Okay. Let's go see Joe. She's playing Command and Conquer Red Alert, the first one. Johnny? We just raided Johnny a few days ago. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you being here and enjoying the stream. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Oh, I should stop the timer. So I will be back tomorrow for more of this as usual. And on Friday also. Today was great. 18, no, not 18, 16 people have rolled the dice, and we have even seen one special character. And we see a high roll of 630. That's great. So if anyone doesn't know, we just started the second season of Evilometer today, resetting all ranks. So it all starts today. It's going to last for a month, and we have added all these new characters. There's a total of 160 different characters now, and a lot of special ones to discover. So you can do that every time you are here. If you want to come back for that or for anything else like the game, if you enjoyed the stream, if you want to come back, make sure you give me a follow and maybe join Discord and get in touch with the community there. We would love to have you there. So, as I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, be well and take care of yourselves, and I will see you soon, hopefully. Goodbye.